cells and this meat production at scale in an economical way.
Why does the scale or the upscaling, you might say, of production not sort of add up as far as you're concerned?
Oh, the thing is, the cells are living organisms and have their limitations, and they depend on the oxygen they receive or the nutrients they're given, and they have limits to how many you can grow in these fermenters. And the fermenters are very expensive, and these cells are animal cells prone to contamination and viruses, which makes biosafety add to the cost. And therefore, the investment in this kind of facilities is very large. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And because of that, then although it's technically feasible to produce them at small scale, it's not economically feasible to produce them at large scale.
What sort of historical evidence is there that ideas like this that require millions of dollars for development don't actually work in the end? Is there any example that you can give us?
Well, when you're against nature, there's a very clear example, and I did all my grad studies when I was young on this topic, which is the replacement of gasoline or oil by ethanol. That was in the 1980s. That was the major thing every country in the Western countries were investing on. And so hundreds of millions of dollars were dedicated to obtain sugars from forests and then make those sugars with yeast, make them ethanol and run cars. Until this day, this had been impossible to do. And that's because of the nature and the complexity of the shapes and forms of what nature has done.
Sometimes science has a weird way of finding other solutions by accident. Do you think there is a practical application for the technology that's being used that could be used in another positive way?
It could be used as the companies they're claiming at making an expensive ingredient, let's say fat cells, to add to plant-based matrices, and then you could, by doing that, you could impart flavor or you can impart texture to plant-based foods. So that's a way of lowering the costs. But there's no way you can do, like, let's say, a chicken fillet at a reasonable cost. With these technologies.
Do you think, though, that, I say, US regulators have given the green light to this technology and to this development? Do you believe that governments and researchers have to take a chance? You have to try something out to see whether it's going to work or not?
You have to. I'm a scientist myself, and I belong to the College of Engineering of UC Berkeley. So there's no way we are going to face the problems we're facing of human growth and climate change without technology. But you have to do a clear assessment and differentiate between what technology can do because of its limit of the boundaries it has with a business. And what you're probably listening is the business narrative. And you can probably make a small business out of that, profitable, but that's not a game-changing solution to replacing meat with this kind of developments. It's a very expensive development. All these companies are thinking of, hundreds of millions of dollars to create facilities that would only replace, a few thousand animals.
Mm. It'll be interesting to see how this does move forward. But for the moment, we'll leave it there. Ricardo San Martin from the University of California. Thanks so much for joining us on Al Jazeera, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the US Federal Trade Commission is suing Amazon for allegedly tricking consumers into paid subscriptions. The tech firm is accused of intentionally duping millions of people into enrolling in Amazon Prime. The regulator says it was part of a secret internal project called Iliad. According to the lawsuit, Amazon used manipulative website designs to get users to sign up and then deliberately made it hard for them to cancel. In the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, efforts are underway to rebuild several months after the region was retaken by Kyiv's forces. But it's going to be a slow process for the city and its people, as Jonah Hull reports.
The current counter-offensive is not Ukraine's first. and hopes are pinned on the success of the last. That took place here in the northeast when Russian forces were driven out of the Kharkiv region last summer. Months later and little has been rebuilt, yet some people are returning. They feel they have no choice.
Some places are being rebuilt, some not at all. Why did we have to do this for ourselves? We were the first ones to be hit.
Irina is a doctor who once kept her large family close, but now most are displaced by the war. She'll share her one-bedroom apartment with one of her sons and 2 grandchildren, and no running water. In village after village, across a swathe of territory half the size of Belgium, people are slowly coming back, often within artillery range of the Russian lines.
Safety is relative. Here it may be more safe, but the enemy uses weapons that include heavy artillery, air attacks, mortars. The most dangerous thing is that you never know where they will hit next.
And the job of demining, making fields safe for agriculture, and the rubble of homes safe from unexploded ordnance, will likely go on for years. When its occupants fled, this orphanage was used by Russian soldiers as a command post, remaining largely undamaged. But the war has left its mark.
It's so hard for the kids now. You can see our situation. There are still a lot of places mined, so they can't run around free or go to the park or hang out. The girls used to play sports, the boys played football and basketball, but now they can't.
In many parts of Kharkiv and this region that borders Russia just 40 kilometers north of here, life is returning. And sometimes in spite of terrible destruction that there just aren't the means yet to begin to rebuild. It's not life as it was, far from it. But what they've lost in innocence, they've gained in hope, knowing that here at least, the Russian army was beaten. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv.
Now, candidates running for Zimbabwe's general election have filed their papers in court, including President Emmerson Mnangagwa. The vote will be held on August the 23rd. Now, the election date was called late amid concerns by the opposition that candidates would not be allowed to freely run. As Haru Matasa reports now from the capital, Harare, the economy is a major concern for many voters.
Candidates vying for positions in the August polls have filed their papers in court, including the incumbent, President Emmerson Mnangagwa from Zimbabwe's governing ZANU-PF party. His party has been in power for 43 years and denies allegations made by the opposition of systematically targeting voices of dissent.
This process is so peaceful. This is what we want. We should continue now, during the process of campaigning, during the elections, post-election. This is the peace we want as a mature democracy.
Mnangagwa's main opponent is opposition leader Nelson Chamisa. He used to lead the Movement for Democratic Change party until a court ruling in 2020 stripped him of the leadership. Last year, he formed the Citizens Coalition for Change party, and he's popular in cities.
The next hurdle is the issue of the voters' roll and the issue of making sure that all those who registered and participated in 2018 or post-2018 as registered voters, their names have to be reflected. The information we have so far is that most of the names are missing, and would want to understand why.
Zimbabweans are heading to the polls frustrated about the economy and high unemployment. The cost of living crisis is a big issue this election. This country has one of the highest inflation rates in the world. Businesses are struggling to cope with crippling power outages and an unstable local currency. This will be the second time Mnangagwa and Chamisa face each other. Both men say if they win, they will quickly turn around the economy. Promises Zimbabweans say they hear every time there's an election. Haru Matasa, Al Jazeera, Harare.
You're watching Al Jazeera with me, Sahil Rahman, in Doha. A reminder of our top stories. Israeli forces have killed 3 people in an airstrike against a Palestinian group in the occupied West Bank. The rare drone strike hit a vehicle near Jenin and followed a day of attacks by Israeli settlers on Palestinian homes and cars. Dozens of Israeli military vehicles have stormed Nablus in the northern part of the occupied West Bank. The convoy included bulldozers and trucks. It was part of an operation to demolish the home of a Palestinian prisoner who's accused of carrying out an attack that killed an Israeli soldier in October. Witnesses say Israeli snipers were deployed to rooftops. The owner of a restaurant in northern China, where a gas explosion killed 31 people, is one of 9 being held by the authorities. The explosion happened in the city of Yinchuan. Reports say it was caused by a leaking gas tank. Hospitals in northern India are struggling to cope with a surge of patients suffering as a result of extreme heat. Nearly 200 people have died so far as temperatures soared into the mid-40 degrees Celsius this week. Most of the deaths have been in the states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Heavy fighting resumed in Sudan on Wednesday, within minutes of an end to a 3-day truce. The warring sides have reportedly been holding talks in Saudi Arabia to agree on a new ceasefire for the Eid holiday coming up later in the month. The US Coast Guard is continuing its search for a submersible lost in the North Atlantic with 5 people on board. It went missing on Sunday while taking tourists down to see the wreck of the Titanic. The Coast Guard says noises have been heard in the search area for a second straight day. You can follow those stories on our website at aljazeera.com. It's updated throughout the day. I'll be back with more news in half an hour, but next on Al Jazeera, it's The Big Picture. Do stay with us.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories, from global markets to economies and small businesses.
There will be new opportunities. AI will bring about new industries, but people are worried about losing their jobs.
To understand how it affects our daily lives. Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
France is in the midst of an identity crisis, grappling with what kind of country it is versus what kind of country it wants to be. In the last episode, we looked at how the century-old ideal of laïcité, secularism, is being applied today.
Il y a certains Français, ils veulent qu'on soit musulman à leur image.
I'm Myriam François, and in this episode, we'll deal with another legacy from France's past that continues to shape its present: colonialism.
People need to learn about the history, that colonial history, which feeds into the inequalities that you experience in society today. How do you experience that connection between the colonial past and your present in France today?
I think focusing on the future doesn't mean we forget the past. Our position is not the victim posture. We have to bring a solution.
Very early on, I decided to, go on a quest and try to explore my heritage. And when you realize the level of violence that they went through and how it impacted them, I think as a generation coming after, you need a lot of strength to be able to ask certain questions and open certain emotional package, I would say.
It's very confusing when you grow up here and you don't have this sense of belonging, and also that society keeps telling you that you don't belong. It's something very political that we're touching here is, are we allowed to be who we are?
I'm outside one of the most iconic museums here in Paris, the Quai Branly, which was founded by former French President Jacques Chirac in 2006, and which contains over 1 million artifacts from all across the world. But there is a reason that I'm stood outside the museum and not inside, and that's because the man that I'm here to meet is actually banned from entering it.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup d'être venu.
Pas de souci pour ça.
Aujourd'hui, vous êtes interdit d'accès ici au Quai Branly. Pourriez-vous m'expliquer comment ça s'est passé?
Le 12 juin 2020, je suis venu ici pour mettre à la lumière du monde la diplomatie active. Cette méthode ô combien noble, pacifique et non violente que nous avons choisie pour lutter pour la récupération de notre patrimoine pillé. Nous étions ici où j'ai arraché de son socle, c'est-à-dire j'ai pris pacifiquement ce qui nous revenait de droit.
Je suis venu récupérer mon bien
Ce qui a été volé, ça nous a été pris sans notre consentement.
Vous avez été interdit pour quelle raison?
Ils ont peur justement que j'aille récupérer ce qui nous revient de droit. Ils disent j'ai commis un acte, je dirais, tentative de vol. Et pour ce, je suis interdit d'aller justement dans l'ensemble des musées.
Oui, oui. Vous allez m'arrêter? Vous m'arrêtez avec ça.
Je pense que chaque peuple a le droit d'avoir accès à son héritage culturel. Pourquoi un enfant doit-il quitter Kinshasa, payer son billet, faire tous ses parcours, aller chercher du visa, payer des hôtels pour venir ici avoir accès à l'héritage de ses ancêtres? C'est grave quand même.
Mwazulu takes me on an alternative colonial tour of Paris. We'll stop off at museums visited by millions of people from all over the world, which, while celebrating France's history, reveal a darker reality, one that still resonates today. Our next stop is the Museum of Mankind, in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower.
Ben voilà Myriam, nous y sommes. Là, je t'emmène au musée de l'homme, le début de l'humanité. D'où nous venons, d'où nous sommes, d'où nous allons. C'est quand même beau comme idée d'avoir réussi à mettre en fait ces musées pour parler de l'humanité. Mais sauf que derrière ça, il y a une cruauté, une barbarie. Dans ces musées, pendant des siècles, a reposé le reste de la Vénus autentote, Sarah Batsman. Cette femme d'origine sud-africaine autentote qui a été humiliée, déshumanisée, exhibée. D'ailleurs, à l'image de nos œuvres d'art aujourd'hui dont l'intimité a été bafouée. Et elle, en tant qu'humaine, elle a vu ses restes, ses parties génitales enfermées ici pendant des siècles. Et ici encore, dans cette demeure-là, il y a eu 24 crânes de combattants algériens qui ont reposé ici pendant des décennies. Le seul crime, le seul péché de ces combattants-là, c'est d'avoir combattu pour l'indépendance de l'Algérie, pour la liberté de peuple, pour la dignité. D'ailleurs, c'est la dichotomie qui continue avec, juste à côté, la place des droits de l'homme, des droits humains.
We leave the Museum of Mankind for the final destination on our alternative tour of Paris and head to the most visited museum in the world, the Louvre.
Nous sommes ici parce qu'il faut comprendre que le quai Branly n'est pas une exception. Ici au Louvre, il y a justement deux pièces qui ont été pillées en Océanie, en Afrique, et qui sont rassemblées ici. Vous verrez, l'Égypte est aujourd'hui vidée de tout son patrimoine. Il y a ça, la Tunisie, qui réclame l'ensemble de ces pièces pillées depuis Carthage par l'Empire romain, mais aussi à travers des épopées de la colonisation française. Le Louvre se cache derrière une collaboration entre musées. Donc ici, il n'y a pas pillage. Vous voyez, c'est l'argument qui a été utilisé. Ici, il n'y a pas pillage. Et le quai Branly et le Louvre, ce sont les mêmes proprios, les mêmes entités. C'est qu'il y a une politique, si j'ose dire, une pensée, justement dans l'optique de polir et de redorer les blasons ternis, notamment de la France, par ces multiples crimes commis au moment de la colonisation.
Et juste une dernière question, c'est un combat que vous menez pour quelles raisons très personnelles?
Personnellement, je dois rendre justice à mes ancêtres. Je dois rendre justice à ma famille. Je dois rendre justice à moi-même. Ce que nous voulons en soi, c'est quoi? C'est la construction d'un nouveau socle de coopération bilatérale et multilatérale où l'identité de tout un chacun sera reconnue et respectée. Parce que c'est ça l'équilibre du monde à venir.
Merci d'avoir proposé de me faire ce tour décolonial de Paris.
Il était important que le monde sache.
Absolument, et que j'en apprenne beaucoup d'ailleurs. Merci. Sally, I wanted to ask you any reflections with regards to the restitution of African artifacts.
Yeah, of course. I think today the African youth need this artifact, and returning that object to the African countries means allowing the African people to recover their identity and memory, and it's really important. Because the Africa we want to build is Africa who cannot overlook its cultural heritage. And the objective is these objectives have to be exposed in Africa before they are exposed in Tokyo, tomorrow in New York. It's really important to talk about universalism. These objectives have to be visible in Africa, have to be visible in Dakar, in Abidjan, in Douala, etc., etc.
What you're saying, Sally, about this word universalism is very important. And I think it's a conversation that needs to be had with our memory of colonialism, and also the question of, the statues and our public space. Whose public space is it? Mm-hmm. There are studies in Paris that the street names are mostly men. I think it's about 98% of the street names are named after famous men. Part of these famous men are famous because they took part in wars. Some of those wars are colonial wars where they dominated, killed, destroyed, people that we are linked to. And when people say, oh, colonialism, that's a long time ago. Well, my parents were born under French rule. They were born in Cambodia when the French were still there. It's just one generation. And it's what happened in the past still governs us today. I know that it's very difficult to have these conversations right now because there's the denial around the race questions. And there's a lot of ignorance, but there's something about the French Empire that brings nostalgia. And I think we can see this right now when we talk about how great France used to be and how we need to make it great again. And I always wonder, who was it great for? It wasn't great for my parents. It wasn't great for women. It wasn't great for a lot of people, people who are not heterosexual, for example. If this is what we glorify, then we do have a problem with who we want to be tomorrow.
I wanted to ask you, Dorothée Miriam, about your film, a very personal film. In Mansoura, You Separated Us, which talks about the fact that during the Algerian War of Independence, the French undertook a resettlement of over 2 million Algerians, of which your father was one. I wanted to ask you why you decided to make this film. Why was it important for you to tell this story?
I think that being like French by my mother, Algerian by my father, growing up in France and not knowing my heritage was very disturbing, growing up as a child. So very early on, I decided to, go on a quest and try to explore my heritage. I think that, you need some time. First of all, if there is a trauma, you need to forget to continue living. You can't, revisit the trauma all the time. It's very painful. And I think after maybe decades, the new generation coming after, or even the 2 generations after, is able to, has a different relationship to the past, is less directly affected. So there is less emotional trauma, even though there is transgenerational trauma. But I remembered when I started doing my own research, I was visited by ghosts at night, and they were the ghosts of the village of my father. And they were the French soldiers and waking me at night and like, why are you going to tell the story? Wow. Why do you want to document this massacre? Are you going to tell the truth? And I was being silenced in my own nightmares. So there is, I think, heaviness to this day on our generation, a weight, but we are able to say, hey, listen, you're my father's ghost, you're not my ghost, okay? So I think that's the time that is needed to reopen the archives, the memories.
She's absolutely right, I think. Miriam is absolutely right, because today in France, colonialism has a negative connotation. It's a fact. And I think now what we have to do is to try to find a solution, like she said, and education is really important, to study of the young children the dark side of the colonialism, because it's our responsibility if we want to reconcile the population, the children of immigrants, they have to know the real history.
I think the younger generation is also very tired of hearing something and then living something else, and they want to make it heard that we are full citizens. We are French, but we're also, yes, we have a heritage. I also started looking into why we are here. We are here because France was elsewhere, and there were about 70,000 indentured South Asians recruited to the French Caribbeans in the 19th century and stayed there. And that's what makes France now, how 140,000 Chinese workers came for the Great War, what is called the Great War, so the War of 1418. And some of them, 3,000 of them, stayed in Paris, and they created the first Chinatown around La Gare de Lyon. But also that these soldiers were taken out of the picture at the end of the war when the peace treaties were signed, and they were not allowed to march down les Champs-Élysées as part of, the army of France. And I think that's important to see how they were erased from the start after giving their life to a war that wasn't theirs.
And she just said a word I think is very important, is the word erasure. And I think it's very key to understand the history of colonialism, because it's a lot of erasure. And the way we are taught history is very much about, deleting some, maybe disturbing parts. And personally, I was studying in France, being in high school, spending maybe 2 hours on the Algerian War and colonialism. And it's actually, I had to go study in the US to be able to have access to my own history.
How do you experience that connection between the colonial past and your present in France today and your experiences?
I know for a fact that my parents experienced more racism than I ever did and that I ever will. They didn't speak French the way I speak French, even though they spoke many other languages that I could never learn. But they were despised by French administration when they went and did their paperwork, and I had to translate for them, and they had to be dependent on a kid to be adults. I think that's something it's an experience that's very strong and can be demeaning for parents when they're with their children.
I think at the end it's also about the definition of being French. And I think it took me years and many countries to visit and travel and to understand that I belong to France. And it's not because I have this Algerian descent that I am less French. And I think it may seem obvious, but emotionally it's a journey to feel very legitimate. I'm able to say it, I'm French Algerian, and I'm part of this whole heritage. And it doesn't mean that there is you're not deleting your Frenchness by being Algerian. You see what I mean? Yeah.
It's a problem, I think. Today in France, the children of immigrants, they are discriminated for looking a job, for finding an apartment. And if your name is Emmanuel or François, you have more chance to find an apartment or jobs than if your name is Mamadou or Abdoulaye. It's a problem. And I think today we need a space of exchange where we can talk about it openly, honestly. It's really important to have this kind of discussion.
I was going to ask you guys about the presidential election that happened relatively recently, dominated by themes around immigration and Islam. And it's almost as if in France, the diversity you see in the streets is completely disconnected from history. Mm. But immigration is linked to France's history, but we never talk about that part. So why is there this sort of conversation around who France is today in all of the diversity of people that make it up, but that focus exclusively on the immigration side?
I mean, just looking at the way Algeria was born, the fact that, the definition of the French identities was redefined, and Muslim were seen as outsiders. Although, yeah, we might be Muslim and French citizen fully, but in the collective imagination, there is still some, difficulty to reconcile the two. And there is a political segments of the society that are very much working on, saying that they are very different and can't be reconciled. And so I think our job is also showing that, no, this is all a political construct, and we can be fully French, Muslim, and everything is fine,
We should not fail to mention that it was only in 2017 in France that President Macron recognized colonization like a crime against humanity. It's recent. And I think now in France we have to change the mentality of being go ahead in this problem.
But he was not a president. He was a candidate in the presidential election, going to Algeria, visiting. So there was also interest in mind. And then it changed, actually, his discourse. And I remember very, very well this moment because we we actually celebrated with my father, you know, and then we're like, oh, damn, we have to stop celebrating again, you know, so it feels like we're moving forward and then step back, you know.
I also believe that the race talk was an integral part of the last presidential election in France. How we voted in France reflects our incapacity to address the race questions as a national community, not just as me, Southeast Asian, or you, Algerian descent, or Sally from Senegalese heritage. We're all here on this panel together because we share the same present and we do want a common future. And I think even though we are different in what we experience, we feel the mechanism of racism work every day, and people have known it before us.
And listening to you all, actually, I think about is this idea of colonial trauma, right? Colonial scars that continue to exist in the world around us and continue to act as reminders, flashpoints for people about really, really painful parts of their own history. I know the statue that your father used to walk past.
I was going to say, that's, I think, a very interesting story. And my father is actually making a film now about it. He's a filmmaker and 77 years old, and he's now telling his own story. And I think it took him years and years to be able to put words on what he had experienced. And one day, there was the statue in my hometown, in Nancy, in the east of France, and he passed by it, and it was the statue of the Sergeant Blandon, who is a hero of the colonial conquest. And this statue was actually in Algeria before, on his way from his village to Algiers. And he used to see this statue, and it was very terrifying for him because it's like a threatening soldier. And all these statues were repatriated back to France. And so when he saw this statue again, the nightmare of his childhood, it's almost like the trauma resurfacing. And sometimes you need a support to remember. It can be a traumatic support, in this case the statue, but it's a cathartic way to explore this history, I think.
France is home to millions of people with roots in countries it once colonized. Immigration from those former colonies has not only helped shape the nation, but also revealed some of its underlying truths.
The conversation on immigration here in France is so binary. Either there aren't enough immigrants to do the jobs that Europeans don't want to do, or there are too many. Here at the Museum of Immigration, the idea is to celebrate immigration's contribution to French society. But there is another way of thinking about this, and that is that immigration is a direct result of colonialism. And that raises important questions around inequality and the ways in which French people of Arab, Asian, and African descent continue to be treated, even when they're born and raised here, as outsiders in their own country.
Outside the museum, I met up with Selma Saldouk. She helps those from immigrant backgrounds deal with the stresses of being made to feel like strangers in their own land.
Vous avez un titre assez particulier, vous êtes coach décolonial. Vous pouvez m'expliquer un petit peu ce que c'est qu'un coach décolonial?
Je suis spécialisée dans ce qu'on appelle les traumas systémiques et sociaux. Et je me suis spécialisée dans l'impact de la colonisation sur la santé mentale plus spécifiquement. La colonisation, c'est un trauma systémique et social. C'est un trauma qui structure la société dans laquelle on vit. Ça nous renvoie à des blessures qu'on a pu vivre dans notre enfance. Et en fait, c'est constant. On allume la télé, on a des rappels traumatiques. On se promène dans la rue, on a des rappels traumatiques. Le nom des rues, les statues, la façon dont on est traité, la façon dont on est perçu dans le regard des autres, ce sont aussi des rappels traumatiques.
Et est-ce que vous pensez que la manière dont le colonialisme est traité par la société, par les médias, par l'histoire qui est enseignée, peut engendrer une sorte de nouveau traumatisme pour ceux qui sont en train de l'entendre au quotidien ou en cours à l'école?
Notre réalité en tant que descendants des populations qui ont été colonisées, elle est complètement niée. Et la problématique, c'est qu'on est tellement nombreux et nombreuses à être touchés qu'au final, le fonctionnement traumatique, ça devient presque la norme. Et on croit qu'on est comme ça, on croit que c'est culturel, on croit qu'on est comme ça parce qu'on fait partie de tel groupe social, alors qu'en fait, c'est un trauma. On va avoir un sentiment d'anxiété, un sentiment d'aliénation, un sentiment d'impuissance et puis surtout des perturbations dans le corps. Compte qu'il y a énormément de violences qui ont existé pendant la colonisation et qui existent encore aujourd'hui et qui se font de façon plus insidieuse. Après, les personnes qui viennent dans mes groupes sont des personnes qui sont déjà sensibilisées, même les personnes blanches, elles sont déjà sensibilisées et elles ont envie de faire le travail de déconstruction. On peut vivre parfois des choses pas très cool, mais c'est ok de vivre des émotions désagréables quand c'est dans un but de guérison collective.
Colonialism isn't just about the past. It isn't just about immigrants or their descendants. It's a legacy which affects us all, albeit in different and unequal ways. And without knowing that history and learning from it, we can't possibly pretend to be working towards a better future.
Vive la République, vive la France!
Les gens, on va dire que je connais, qu'ils ont essayé la gauche, ils ont essayé la droite, l'extrême droite, ça n'a jamais été au pouvoir.
Dans l'extrême droite, ils pensent que la France elle doit appartenir seulement aux Français, mais en soi, la France, c'est nous, c'est tout le monde.
The far right doesn't have to be in power to be effective.
Frank assessments.
Quite frankly, let's address the elephant in the room. The reason the South Koreans want their own nuclear deterrent is because they don't trust the U.S.
Informed opinions.
Biden has basically locked this thing up so far that it is impossible virtually for somebody else to step into the race at this point.
We've told their stories. It's now time to celebrate and honor their selflessness. It's a moment of recognition and giving these personalities the platform to expand their impact and promote development. They are the finalists of the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. Who among our extraordinary 10 nominees will earn the envious title of the JoyNews Impact Maker of the Year? Isaac Ajaoto, Richard Oko, Ellen White or Jefferson Agbotro? Amadou Mohammed, Ilyas Ubaba, Isaka Anesi, Jajira Portia or Joy Okra. There are also Father Moses Awenonja and John Akaribo. Make a date with us at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of June 2023, live on your most authoritative and credible news portal, the Joy News channel, for the live telecast and celebration of the Impact Makers of the Year. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities.
If you're a Yao, Ya or Yawa, today is your big day. Welcome aboard the AM show on a Thursday morning, and always grateful to host you. Start your morning right here on the AM show on Joy News. My name is Benjamin Akako. I always do this in the company of Bernice Abubedu Lanza. We love you. Now, coming up this morning, the news will be served, and right after that, for the news review, We'll be joined by the Executive Director, Parliamentary Network Africa, Sami Obeng. He is our guest. What do we have lined up for you in terms of the big stories? I'll tell you. We'll be hosting Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram, Sam George, and we're going to be dilating on everything with him, from what has been happening with the OSP and Charles Bissu, the Galamsey front, what has happened in terms of the commentary on the ratings agencies, the National Cathedral, the whole works. We're going to get into all those salient matters with him. Of course, we cannot shelve what's happening within his party, the National Democratic Congress. We've got that conversation coming up. We also have a conversation on narcotics. Yes. We'll be talking about drug-related diseases and how to stem the tide of same. We'll be interacting with the Narcotics Authority on the show. But once more, have you checked your sickling status? Do you know your status? Do you know whether you are AA, AS, AC, among others? If you don't, it's a hazard. Don't wait till you're surprised. We'll be discussing what you should know in all of this and how you can better live your life if you've got the sickling cell. And later on the show, you'd have the chance to join us with your views via phone and on social media as well, like we always do it. So just stay with us and we'll be right back with the news.
Dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
Let's settle for the news now, and in our first story, the independent power producers, IPPs, are forcefully demanding government pay 30% of debt owed its members or risk the national grid being shut off indefinitely after June the 30th. Now, the latest threat comes in the wake of government's failure to commence payment negotiations with the IPPs. Currently, government owes the IPPs over $1.4 billion out of a $2 billion total energy sector debt. A couple of weeks ago, Managing Director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Samuel Dubik Mahama, told JoyNews that his outfit was leading talks with the independent power producers to avoid a possible shutdown of the power plants.
Had very, very productive discussions, and they would not go off, with all confidence. I would say ignore, because we do owe them. So I would say ignore, but what I'll say is that the conversations are far advanced to avert something like this. And so I can say with all confidence that it won't come to that. There are a few NDAs in place, but let me give you a small whole. We are trying to find a way to make sure that the money expected of us to pay is reasonable and is within our reach. Because what IMF is saying that ring-fence legacy debt, but you have to stay current. If those excess and idle capacity charges are still existent, we cannot be current, because we will still be punching above our weight limit. So we need to find a way with all of them at the table to agree on an amount or a tariff that halts these excess payments for a longer period of time, and then we can consider it in a different form for them. In fairness, everybody has a different way of how they set up the plant. Yeah. Some of them self-financed, so they don't really have lenders that are disturbing them. Others have lenders that are disturbing them. As I said, everybody's problem is different.
Well, the IPPs, however, discount such negotiations and that have been had with government. Elikblim Apetogbo is CEO of the Chamber of IPPs.
We've not received any substantive payment to sustain our operation or our pressing obligations that we need to fulfill to our stakeholders. So I can say we've not made any improvement in our efforts to have our arrears paid.
Initially, we were told that the ECG is supposed to lead some negotiations with you to do some monthly payment to defray the debt over time. Has that negotiation started so far?
No, we've not had any negotiation in that regard. None of the IPPs has been engaged in any conversation or discussion regarding that proposal. Besides, if they talk about monthly payment, our bills have to be settled within a specific time frame that we call a credit period. Usually, we can say 40 to 45 days. So we expect periodic payments as and when revenues are collected to be disbursed. And we expect that by the end of those credit periods, the monthly bill or invoice will have been settled fully. But that is not the case. So I don't think it requires any new negotiation in that regard.
Does that mean that you haven't heard anything officially from government since you put out that notice?
Nothing officially from government, except for some interventions that has been made by the World Bank with the Ministry of Finance. What we heard unofficially was that government says they do not have that money to pay. So I can say that is the only feedback we heard unofficially.
What was the World Bank's proposal?
Oh, I cannot tell exactly what the proposal was. But they were just sharing concern about the situation and with the assurance to engage government. But actually, that is the feedback we got.
With all of this playing, will our lights be on after 30th June?
Oh, definitely. If there is no remedial action, I cannot guarantee light from 30th June.
Which will mean that almost half of the power that feeds homes and industries in Ghana would go off. Is there anything else government can do to avoid the lights going off?
The ball is still in the court of government or ECG. We have made a demand. I think they should show a good faith and say that, looking at the condition at stake, can we offer you 20%? And we have always cooperated all this well. They've not shown any good faith towards our demand, but our demand is purely based on what we need to solve our challenges. There has not been any counter proposal from them.
Well, still on that beat, former Power Minister Dr. Kwabena Donkor is asking government to retrofit simple cycle thermal power plants into combined cycle ones. Debt is crippling the country's power sector, with the IPPs threatening to shut down their plants if the government does not pay their $1.5 billion debt. Speaking to JoyNews, the Pru East MP argued the conversion of existing simple cycle plants into combined cycled ones would increase availability capacity at a lower cost to enable the country export power through the West African power pool. Dr. Donkor has therefore admonished the government to cease lamentation over excess capacity charges and lead the way through policy in ensuring export of power.
This discussion to efficiency. There is the market in Burkina Faso. There is increased demand from Mali and Niger. We are unable to meet the demands there, partly because the belief is that our power is slightly more expensive than from other places. But for some of them, they are potentially a captive market. If we drive efficiency, the world will be our oyster. Let's move the discussion from the pedestrian and let's go to the thorough. Let's look at thorough arguments, thorough discussions. Let's look at progressive improvements in efficiency. How many simple cycle plants do we have? Cal Power is also a simple cycle plant. We should be providing the incentive and moving towards combined cycle plants. AXA. So that is, from the generation side, that is where I want the Ministry of Energy, Energy Commission, and all the other stakeholders. That should be our thrust, moving towards generation efficiency.
Now, on our next story, an Accra High Court has granted a request by the NDC's James Jachikwason to be allowed to miss court proceedings on Friday. This will give him room to embark on his final round of campaigning ahead of Tuesday's by-election. His legal team has, in the last few days, made a strong case for the suspension of the trial, insisting the poll is a national assignment. Legal Affairs correspondent Joseph Akable reports.
The legal arguments on Wednesday centered mainly around some comments that the Attorney General had made, which the lawyers of Mr. Kwesi considered to be inappropriate, and they put that before the court. The AG defended himself and insisted that those comments he made were within law. The court, he had asked the court to actually strike out some documents that had been presented making reference to those statements, but the court disagreed and admitted them, after which it heard arguments on whether or not it should put the case on hold. The court took the view that it was going to deliver its ruling on that particular matter on June 23. A request was made by Mr. Chikata that Mr. Kwesi be allowed to excuse himself on that particular day. Another request that the court also granted. And so the court will be sitting on June 23 to deliver its ruling in respect of whether the trial should be put on hold. But the NDC's legal directorate, led by Abraham Amaliba, insists that they believe that the AG is conducting himself in a manner that is inconsistent with the law.
Adjourned to 23rd, which means that tomorrow we are not coming to court, but on the 23rd, the court, in its own wisdom, dispense of his presence in court, which means that effectively he is supposed to come after the elections. And so clearly we want to be thankful to the court, the judge, and to say that we are most grateful for the ruling given to us today because we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. You notice that Mr. Chikata's supplementary affidavit was supposed to give to the court a plethora of conduct that the Attorney General has displayed, which conduct does not sit well with our legal profession. And you notice that he quoted the Legal Profession Act, which does not allow for comments such as what the Attorney General engaged in. And so the Attorney General's conduct was an issue before the court. And I'm happy the senior Charles Chikata took him to the cleaners.
Deputy Attorney General Alfred Tuayeboa strongly disagrees with this particular view.
It's, the court adjourned the matter to the 23rd. And when it comes to adjournment, it is the duty of the court to determine when it's convenient to hear a matter. And the court also made an order dispensing with the presence of or attendance of the accused person. The judge has made an order, we are bound by the orders of the court. On the 23rd, we'll be in court. And it's sent a very dangerous precedent that we can use any means to frustrate processes. But we are cool with it. We'll be back on Friday, then we'll come back and hear the matter.
I mean, in terms of the comments that happened in court today, it appears they have some serious issues with the conduct of the Attorney General. I mean, how is the office treating these allegations of prejudice that is being leveled against the AG?
They've never laid any basis. There's nothing to hold on to. It's being made out of frustration and nothing else. The AG has done absolutely nothing wrong. His comments have been on point, and if they think something on top has been done by the AG, they know what to do.
One individual who had wanted to lead the opposition NDC as its flag bearer, Kojo Bonsu, was here to support Mr. Kwesi, and he says what is happening in the court is setting a bad precedent.
I think this is totally unfair, and we're going through the rules of the law. We can't be coming here daily as the man is campaigning. Anyway, let's see what happens on Friday. And I think the judge did very well. Said we should just rest and come in on Friday. And I think we are watching. It's precedent that they are trying to set. And it's going to be a problem in this country. But I believe that justice must prevail.
So the case is back in court on June 23. Mr. Kwesi believes it offers him the opportunity to go about with his campaign. Kwesi, are you satisfied with the outcome?
Well, I mean, it's already been expressed, so I'm not going to comment further.
But you are ready to get onto the campaign grounds now?
I'm leaving court and going right down to the grounds, yes.
I mean, so far in terms of how it's going, you are confident that you are going to win the seat once again?
Already won.
He's going to win. He's going to win.
For JoyNews from the Law Courts Complex, my name is Joseph Akable.
Let's talk health now. The Ministry of Health says it is committed to including mental health treatment in the National Health Insurance Scheme's benefit package. Deputy Minister of Health, Asay Saini, made this known at the Mental Health Authority Stakeholders Performance Annual Meeting in Accra.
Data from the World Health Organization states that 650,000 people are suffering from severe mental health disorder, and a further 2,166,000 are suffering from a moderate to mild mental disorder. Deputy Minister for Health, Mahama Asay Saini, revealed that the Ministry of Health has requested data and decisions from the Mental Health Authority and stakeholders to determine the possibility and impact of adding mental health treatment to the National Health Insurance Scheme benefit package. He indicates that this aligns with the Akufo-Addo-led government's efforts at meeting the universal health coverage that targets and covers all Ghanaians.
I have the belief that the government is committed and we are going to do more funding. We are beginning to look at mental health relationship with national health insurance. And you see that's why we brought the National Health Insurance Financial Controller. At the end of the day, they will discuss and see how national health insurance will be collaborated to take care of mental health patients as well. National health insurance is going to take care of mental health patients and other activities, so that at least the funding expanding, and with government support and donor support, stakeholder support, philanthropic support, churches and everything, if they all come together, this issue of financial constraints will be eased for now.
Chief Executive Officer of Mental Health Authority, Professor Penaman Apo, In an interview with JoyNews, stated that one of her visions in becoming the new CEO of the authority is to strengthen collaboration between stakeholders and the authority to improve mental health in the country.
The vision for the authority during my tenure for the next 8 years or so, we're looking at collaboration being one of the main pillars in our vision, and we want to improve the collaboration with our with the other agencies. So we're looking at Ghana Health Services, we're looking at CHAG, we're looking at even the universities and all other agencies that can help us achieve our goal, basically. And our major goal, our main goal, if our basic goal, should I say, is to bring mental health care to the doorstep of the ordinary Ghanaian. That's what we're trying to do. So we think that instead of all the agencies working individually, or what we call in silos, if we come together and collaborate, then we would have a better effect in providing these mental health needs for mental health care for the people of Ghana.
The stakeholders' engagement will give the authority an opportunity to review their performance against their set targets, major achievements and challenges which had an impact on their operations during the year. For JoyNews, Jacqueline Ansma Yeboah.
Now, the National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, has revealed his outfit is seeking more funding to help it support government's efforts in mitigating the challenges that exist in border communities by providing them with basic social amenities. He spoke when some students of the Royal Danish Defence College paid a familiarization visit to the Commission. The students lauded the Commission's work, saying they were impressed with its work to secure the maritime and land boundaries of the country.
The aim of the visit by the Royal Danish Defence College was for the students to familiarize themselves with the mandate and activities of the Commission since its operationalization in 2021. It also formed part of a series of engagements the delegation from RDDC is undertaking towards exploring issues of marginalization, segmentation, security and development in West African countries. A member of the team, Lisbeth Pedersen, says she's impressed with how the Ghana Boundary Commission is deliberately addressing security matters differently and targeting specific issues.
Well, I've been very impressed from what I've seen today, also because it takes time to talk to us and tell us about the security issues that Ghana is facing. I've been very impressed with the way that you are dealing with the issues that you have here, especially on the boundary protection issues. The fact that you are deliberately addressing security matters differently and targeting issues specifically. There are no common solutions to any problems, but you are addressing the very root causes of the problems, and I'm very impressed with that.
A worker at the Royal Danish Defence College, Martin Jorgensen, said he's amazed about how the Commission has worked to ensure deep cooperation among Ghana and her neighbours.
And it has been an absolute pleasure to come and visit this border commission. And I'm very impressed to see that in only 12 years, 13 years, you've managed to come from nothing to having a functioning border commission, working together with all the local countries in the region, establishing cooperation, trying to solve the many issues that can be regarding these boundaries, the delimitation of countries, and how you're specifically pointing down to several solutions to the exact problems, not just one big solution to all the problems, but the exact solutions to all the minor problems that you can find regarding these boundaries.
A lecturer at the college, Professor Thomas Mandrop, said Major General Emmanuel Kotia gave a really important insight to the students.
So he gave a really important insight to the students, and then insight to the potential donor countries, on how we could actually cooperate on these issues and maybe secure for a joint and better future for everybody.
National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, briefed the team on the work of the Commission to protect Ghana's land and maritime boundaries. He says the Commission is also working to support government in mitigating some of the challenges that exist in deprived border communities in the country.
If you don't have water, what we do is construct boreholes. And I can tell you that we started
making inquests, and we've done a number of research in it, and we have targeted certain places. I can tell you happily that the ECOWAS Commission is currently sponsoring a program in the Volta region for us to rehabilitate a clinic, which is very good. Ghana government, as a result of our work, has released some money for us to construct a road to a deprived area which did not have any roads. People could only access them by motorbikes. So that is what we're doing, and we're seeking for more funding to be able to intervene in those areas.
Director in charge of policy planning and programs at the Commission, Sarah Ekuba, has been providing further details on the purpose of the visit by the delegation from the Royal Danish Defence College. Yes.
Well, government's failure to fix deplorable roads in the Shai Osudoko district of the Greater Accra region is a ticking time bomb. This is the message traditional authorities and residents of Doyumu, Kodiabe, Asibi, and other communities want to put across, having been neglected for decades. The residents on Tuesday protested the bad nature of their roads. Tema correspondent Kwame Yanka has the rest of the story.
Despite attempts by some individuals to have the demonstration cancelled, the disgruntled residents were resolute. Clad in red and black, the protest started at Doyumu, then to Kodiabe under police protection. From there, the protesters returned to the Doyumu stretch, which connects the Tema Oil Highway. They then decided to block the highway for about 10 minutes, obstructing traffic to express their displeasure, but the police managed to restore flow of traffic. According to them, the highway, construction of Tema Port and other national projects have been done with the very quarry products from the area. Blonya Tomache at Doyumu, Nene Anoba Saswaku II says, their cry to have their road network put in good shape have fallen on deaf ears.
For about 24 years now, our roads are in bad condition. We've sounded this to the government several times. They've all turned their ears back on us. It's unfortunate when you board a vehicle from Kofodia coming to Doyumu. When they get to Agomeda, they tell you the road network is very bad, so they are not passing through Doyumu. And from Kofodia to Tema, the shortest route is when you fly from Latte straight through Doyumu, then you are on the Akosombo Highway. We as people of Shai here, the whole country with quarry products, we are number one. We supply almost half of the country with granite stones, which they use in constructing our roads. Why is it that they've turned their deaf ears on us? Today, when you want to board a vehicle from Doyumu to Ashaiman, they will tell you because of the road, they've increased the fares.
Unit Committee Chair of Adam Electoral Area at Kodiabe, Samson Tetebiante says they deserve better, having over 50 quarry companies in the area.
There are over 54 quarries at the stretch of the Tema Oil Highway, which belongs to the people of Shai. It is being mined every day, exported to different continents in the world to construct their roads. Why are we being neglected? We are pleading with the government. This is not what they promised us during the 2020 elections campaign. They promised us that if we turn MPP in power, they were going to fix our roads. Up to now, we've seen nothing done about it. We are pleading with the government to come to our aid. It is time for the youth of Shai to stand up and fight for our rights, fix our roads. Else, in the next general election, which is 2024, we are going to stand against them. That's no road, no vote. No road, no vote.
Youth leader from Doyumu, Prosper Kwame Tete, listed some daily challenges they face on the road.
The deteriorating infrastructure has resulted in significant hardship for the residents, commuters, and businesses alike. We are confronted daily with a multitude of problems that negatively impact our lives, including safety hazards, impaired mobility and transportation, increased travel time and transportation costs, negative impact on agriculture and trade, limited access to emergency services. We, therefore, earnestly request your immediate attention to this matter and appeal that the roads of Shai be constructed in shortest possible time.
These areas will not take part in the 2024 general election if the roads are not fixed.
Now, so you see, my asthmatic patients, but pray or program, and I'm foot hunting. And Kuala Bawa, and your foot says, I am Trassi, Nana Dway.
Kwame Yankes reports for Joy News.
And that's how we wrap the news this morning. But stay with us because the news review is up next with the man, Sammy. We'll be joined by him from the Parliamentary Network Africa. We'll be right back.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Hello there. To provide timely information and to explain educational reforms and to discuss school models and interventions, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with the Teacher Education Journal, presents to you the first ever education TV talk show, the Edu Talk Show. The Edu Talk Show keeps you informed and updated on trends in the world of education.
The Ghanaian teacher is so versatile. Provide him the opportunity, train him, and that teacher will perform wonders.
Where are the women? They're doing very well academically, but they're not in the sciences and all of that. So technology is missing a lot more women that they could have had.
You need to tell the parents, at the moment, what you are getting is covering only an aspect of your child's education. And therefore, it's very difficult for you to make any decision with the limited information you have.
We still have more to do when it comes to safe school.
So join us as we speak to our guests on reforms taking place in Ghana's education sector. My name is Blessed Sogan, and I am your host.
How do I acquire a litigation-free land or property in this country? Should I buy a house or go through the building process? If I should buy, what are the critical stages and pitfalls? If I should build, how do I get started? Registration of land, who can help me? Can I just draw my own plan and build? What are the steps in getting a building permit? Rising cost of building materials. Any other options? These artisans' craft seems to be ripping me off my money. What can I do? For this and other building-related issues, join Emmanuel Owusu-Ansah on The Pyramid Show every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. on your favorite channel, JoyNews Television.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio, Medase.
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
Say that since then, the building had not had any renovation of that sort. And so as of 2015, it got to deteriorating. So part of the roof started falling down. And so we decided to work on. And so by God's grace, this is what we've been able to do.
The exhibition is titled Unity in Diversity. And as diverse as we are, we have several ethnic groups with different cultural practices and ways of living. The museum seeks to promote who we are, bring us together as one, so that when someone comes in, the person will first understand who we are as Ghanaians, our heritage, our history, where we've come from and where we aspire to be in the nearest future.
The Mercedes-Benz, the Land Cruiser, the limousine, the Nissan Petrol, they were used by former President Kufuor. But the Cadillac was used by the late President Kwame Nkrumah. Yes. And so we, in the near future, what we intend to do is to have an automobile museum with former president vehicles. We have a lot.
Thank you for staying with us for the newspaper review. Shortly, we'll be joined by Samuel Bing. He is with the Parliamentary Network Africa. But let me just tell you about that institution that helps us bring you the newspaper review segment on the AM show. I'm talking about the Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. If you haven't heard of them today, pay attention. If you're a man, they're offering you prostate screening gratis for free. If you're a woman, they're offering you fertility screening for free. if you've never checked your fertility status, if you've never checked out what may be going on around your womb and everything else, this is the time to do so. Many people, male, female, are coming up with so many things. Don't take anything for granted. And that is why I'm proffering for you that you should make tracks to the Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Here's where you can locate them. Here in Accra at Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. In Kumasi, Kronum Abwehia behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Anaji Estate. If you're in Tema, you can locate them in Community 22. Then there's Techiman Hanswa and Siama in Zima. If you'd like to reach them via the phone lines, which I suggest you do, you can reach them on 0244 867 068, 0244 867 068, or 0274 234 321, 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. But bringing us just to the start of the newspaper review segment, and I have a stack of newspapers with me this morning. Well, a small stack, I should say. I'll be getting into the details from there. The Jachikwesen situation has come to the fore, and I'll be telling you a bit more about that. But you know that song, Ghana, we now have freedom. That song got me thinking this morning from when we took the break. Do we really have freedom in its proper sense? I mean, contemplate independence, what it means, whether as an individual or as a country. So on the 6th of March, 1957, some 63 years ago, we earned our independence. We supposedly broke the shackles, the fetters that had impeded our growth, our progress as a country. Kwame Nkrumah, the Osagyefo, would say, Ghana, our beloved country, is free forever. He would go on to say, we face neither east nor west, we face forward. But I ask, have we really made tracks? Have we really moved forward? Ghana, land of freedom. I think it is now Ghana, land of bondage, because economically we're shackled, financially we're shackled, mentally in many ways we're shackled. Even in terms of religion, in some ways, we're shackled. So is this truly the land of freedom? You think about it and let me know. With all the things that are happening, with all the excesses that take place, I mean, it's not to say we are the worst possible scenario, but it's to say, as the Bible will put it, to whom much is given, much is required. So if you've been given much, the expectation is higher. When you join us on this show every morning, you join us because the expectations are high, and we strive every day to meet those expectations. In fact, to surpass those expectations. It's the same with Ghana. The promise was great, but 63 years on, where have we got to? And how much have we attained? Look at our peers, contemporaries at the time. And I say contemporaries on a certain level because India, when they got their independence around the same time we did. In fact, economically, we were almost on par or at par at the time. Malaysia, look at Singapore. Look at all of these giants now economically and what they have attained and where we find ourselves. To the point where now we're bickering with international ratings agencies, credit rating agencies. Instead of, ensuring that our economies are above water so that even with the shocks, why I feel there's been so much failure. We failed with Dumso, at least we got it remedied. Kudos to the former administration, but also no kudos to them for allowing it to happen in the first place. And now we say COVID-19 and the Russo-Ukrainian war. Fair deal. But any rational person prepares for that rainy day. That is what you do. If you're earning a lot today, you don't take things for granted and think, oh, it will always be there. We have that local proverb, prom prom, ente hoda. So we fail to plan. And you know what happens when you fail to plan? You plan to fail. Anyway, those are just a brief collection of thoughts I wanted to share with you this morning. And all of that was just triggered by that song. Ghana, land of freedom. Are we really free? Let's get into the newspapers this morning, and we'll be starting with the Daily Guide newspaper. That's where we'll be starting from. We're joined by Sami Obeng. He is with the Parliamentary Network Africa. A very good morning to you, Mr. Obeng.
Good morning.
I don't know, I didn't know you had already been on cue. Any reflections on what I just shared? Ghana, land of freedom. I think it's Ghana, land of bondage, looking at the many things we have to face. And there are a number of things that have been happening in Parliament. Any one of them you'd like to reflect on before we get into the papers?
Well, I did not really... I don't think I was on cue at the time that you were having those reflection.
Okay, that's fine. I was just reflecting on, you know, we play the song with one of our promos, Ghana, land of freedom, you remember it. And I was just thinking, are we really free? Is it not Ghana, land of bondage after independence and everything that happened, and where we still are economically and all of that? I mean, the mere word independence. Independence. You are not so dependent. In fact, you are not. But in our case, we are so dependent economically, every facet of our lives. And I was just reflecting on that. That was the little bit I was reflecting on. And then Parliament has also been active. You've heard of the stories there, Muntaka, and among others, and the Jachikweisen situation. Any quick thoughts before we get into the papers?
Well, yes, I clearly understand and appreciate the angle you're coming in from on our lack of independence. You know, as to outright bondage, I think perhaps I may differ a bit.
Oh, definitely not outright bondage, but we're not exactly free.
But we can still be optimistic and hope that when we all put shoulders to the wheel, we can get our country out of the situation it finds itself in. But it requires some concerted efforts. The current pace and efforts at which this is happening is really not the kind of situation that would take us or make us the land of freedom as our forebears actually envisaged. And yeah, Parliament has started around this time. Of course, we expect that on a daily basis we'll have very interesting news coming out of Parliament. Unfortunately, the numbers in the House is still a struggle.
They've not been encouraging, but that's partly because a lot of them have been going to support James Jachikweisen and Kasilato Force and the minority leader.
That's right. That's right. That's happening. In some instances, also the folks within the NPP also have been, campaigning, but also following flag bearer aspirants to file nominations and what have you. But these things are to be expected around this time. I always argue that it behoves on the whips of the various caucuses to ensure that at least the numbers that makes up for the quorate numbers to allow parliamentary business to go on are present, so that at least, even if the bulk of members of parliament are not around, as we can see sometimes in many other jurisdictions, parliamentary business will still not suffer.
Well, let's get into the stories now. The Daily Graphic newspaper. High Court rules on Kweisen's trial timelines tomorrow. Well, in fact, those dynamics, some of which we've been discussing, but I'll give you the scoop on that. Constitutional review, chiefs demand more powers. I found the story so interesting. I'll be getting into it, both of them on page 16. The banner headline, 40,000 barrel boost oil production. 40,000 barrels boost oil production. Tallow partners now drill over 100,000 per day. And with all of that, with the fact that we're the largest producer of gold on the continent, with all our oil and everything, we're still where we are. Afrexim Bank Springfield signs $750 million loan agreement, and Charles Bissiou arrested then granted bail. That's the story. On the back page, 97 animals die from anthrax in the Upper East, and NBSG crowns Blood Donor Month celebration. If you've not been donating blood, it's an emergency situation in our country. You ought to consider that. But let's get into the stories now. The country's oil production has received a major boost with the addition of about 40,000 barrels of oil per day from the Greater Jubilee Field. Now, the breakthrough by Tullow Oil Ghana and its partners has now restored production from the Jubilee Field to over 100,000 barrels of oil per day, up from the 85,000 barrels of oil per day being produced from the field for the past 3 years. The FPSO Kwame Nkrumah, the production vessel on the Jubilee Field, has the capacity to process about 120,000 barrels of oil per day. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is expected to turn on the valves next month to signal the production of additional oil, and the first from the Jubilee Southeast well. Now, the increase in production comes with enormous benefits to the country, including more revenue for the state, including the companies in the value chain, skills transfer, more jobs, and local content for the participation of indigenous companies. And they also, the Daily Graphic captures the graphic showbiz headline, Yvonne Nelson needs to heal well, Dr. Isaac Newman Arthur. And what has he been saying? That story is on page 39. A clinical psychologist, Dr. Isaac Newman Arthur, is encouraging actress Yvonne Nelson to seek professional and medical attention following the narration of her life story in her latest book, I Am Not Yvonne Nelson. Any quick thoughts on these before we get into the stories on page 16?
Well, it is always refreshing to hear or read that our country has found, additional resources, natural resources, for every institution, country, individual, additional streams of income are always good news. But like Professor Mills of blessed memory had said when we had discovered first oil, these things do not move us out of the woods. Just paraphrasing him, it doesn't mean that we are out of the woods, and we have noticed that most often than not, these new discoveries do not bring the kind of joy that it is actually supposed to be bringing. We are hoping that as the many hardworking men and women on the various oil fields do their best, our country will be better for it. Exciting book, launched by Yvonne Nelson. It remains
yesterday was number 3 on Amazon.
Yes, indeed. It remains within her right to share her memoirs. It takes guts to be able to put forward a lot of very revealing things about oneself. And I'm not too sure whether it was an exhibition of her weakness or challenges, or challenges in her state of mind or what have you. I think that it's rather, a show of strength, really, to be able to put this out. I have had conversations with a few people around this subject matter, many of whom have started reading. I have not had the privilege to read. I've just seen excerpts. And for some of them, it's actually serving as a source of inspiration for them,
right,
in one area of their lives or the other. And for me, these are the essence of books. Like our very own Manasseh, who wrote the foreword, which I have read, stated and quoted Chinua Achebe. The writer's role really is not to provide prescriptions, but to provide headaches for the reader eventually. And so for me, it looks like a fantastic right piece, and I think that the lady needs to be commended, and more of these should be encouraged, where people are sharing their life stories to serve as lessons for others to emulate.
And I couldn't agree with you more. There are those who have said that she didn't display. There's a counselor that I'm familiar with who said she didn't display emotional intelligence. One thing I know for sure, when you come out with memoirs, pieces like this, there'll be those who will say negative things, there'll be those who will say positive things. But bottom line, she has shared her story. It will impact many different people, and we only hope that that impact will be positive. And that is the bottom line. But getting into other stories, constitutional review, chiefs demand more powers. And 3 traditional rulers have called for a constitutional review to empower chiefs to contribute more meaningfully to the socio-economic development of the country. They explained that the country was unable to deal effectively with its developmental challenges, including the war against illegal mining, also known as Galamsey, because chiefs seemed marginalized in governance issues. The traditional rulers who made the call were the president of the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs, Nene Sakite II, the president of the Central Regional House of Chiefs, or therefore Amwakwa Bwedu the 7th, and the Osu Ga Wulomo, who is also Gua Wulomo, who is also the acting president of the Osu Traditional Council, Numo Belenfo the 3rd. What do you make of this call? Maybe let me just add the High Court's issue, and then you can reflect on both. Now, the High Court hearing the forgery and perjury cases against embattled James Jachi Kwesen will on Friday, that is tomorrow, give its ruling on a motion filed by lawyers for the accused person regarding the timelines for the trial. Justice Mary Mami Ekwe Yanzu, who fixed the date for the ruling on the motion, asking the court to hear the case only after the Asin North by-election, said Kwesen's presence was not needed on the said date. They have granted him some leave, so from Friday he can campaign. And in fact, yesterday he said he was going straight there till sometime next week, Tuesday. Any thoughts on these 2 stories?
Well, as a son of an Odikro, I certainly can understand the importance of chieftaincy in our socioeconomic, structures as a country. And of course, coming from 3 important, traditional leaders, I know that these matters are important for us to reflect on. I certainly believe that the chieftaincy institution has not been utilized well, to be able to, help us as a country navigate some of the challenges that we have, because, this is an institution that can be of enormous benefit to our growth as a country. If we would reflect back to our roots, we would reflect, on where we have come from, who we are as a people, and really identify, how these institutions that existed pre-colonial era really helped to benefit us as a country. Then we'll be able to make the most of it. So yes, I completely agree that, whenever we are considering constitutional reviews, when the constitutional review process, is happening, some of the indications that were listed as part of, empowering the chieftaincy institution to be able to do more would certainly be taken into account. Mr. Kwesen is contesting elections. Obviously, it is within his right to, ask for some of these things so that he can be able to focus on it. His lawyers will definitely do their best. Of course, lawyers for the states, in this case, the people from the Attorney General's department will also try to do whatever they would do towards these efforts. But I personally believe that, especially for a situation like this, priority should be given to Mr. Kwesen being able to exercise his full rights as somebody contesting an elections, so that in the end, he can come deal with the issues that have been leveled against him.
What do you think, though? Interesting thought. On the back of the chieftaincy institution, yes, the chiefs still do enjoy some wide powers, especially going higher, paramountcies and all of that. But with the power that they have now, do you feel they've lived up to expectation?
Well, I feel that many of them have. Of course, there are still, just like in any institution, many who would not be living up to expectation and therefore becoming the bad nuts that are spoiling the bunch. But certainly, I think that we cannot underestimate at all the importance and significance of chiefs and the chieftaincy institution, queen mothers, traditional rulers generally in where we are as a country. They were instrumental in independence fight. They've been instrumental post-independence. Many of them have actually contributed to the peace and stability that we have as a country, including political stability as we have. Many of them have been instrumental in the development of their respective communities and what have you. And so we cannot really use the examples of the few bad nuts to generalize for the entire chieftaincy institution. But certainly, I really, really believe that, this is an institution, if well leveraged, could be of tremendous benefit to us as a country.
Well, let's take a look at this story very briefly. NPP presidential primary, 3 more file nomination forms. Former General Secretary and Presidential Spokesperson Kwabena Ejapong, Member of Parliament for Asin Central Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, and a businessman and energy expert Ernest Kwejo and Safwa Poku, all of them filing. There's also, let me just go on the international front very briefly, and then we shall make tracks. Africa denounces Western countries' aid double standard, as some African leaders are raising their voices against rich countries that are quick to pour billions of dollars into Kiev, but do not always live up to their commitments to the continent. At the latest meeting of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington in April, quote, African countries expressed fears about double standards in terms of international aid, a French government source said. But that is what also happens when you become dependent on aid. So the one who is giving it to you, I mean, at some point we all need help. But if that becomes chronic, if it's your perpetual situation, how many times have we been at the doorstep of the IMF? Then there is a problem. I don't know whether you have any take on that, but if you do, just hold your horses for me. Let me add the Daily Guide newspaper. Kennedy shakes MPP in flag bearer race. There's Ghana Link grants OSP ICOMS platform access, and then minority attacks Bawumia. Maintain free SHS at all cost. Let's just take a quick swipe at some of these stories, and then I'll let you come in. Now, the Executive Director of Child Rights International, Bright Appiah, has asked the government not to allow any external pressures to make Ghana abandon any of its social intervention programs, especially the free senior high school program. He has also called on the government to come clear on its position regarding key social intervention programs in the wake of the IMF bailout program. Of course, there have been suggestions about the free SHS being poorly targeted, in the words of the IMF. That's the backstory. Then there is, I think I would go to page 9 for that story. Let me just do this very quickly. So the chairman of Ghana Link Network Services, not that story. Yes, the chairman of the Ghana Link Network Services Limited, Nick Dansoaje, has announced the company's readiness to grant executive access to the Integrated Customs Management System platform following a request from the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Some importers and exporters were not happy with that concern that had been raised by the OSP, that request, but here we're being told that it will be granted. Any thoughts on these stories, Sami?
Yes, let me start with the initial one about African leaders and
the double standards when it comes to aid
issues. Unfortunately, the story didn't seem to specifically state which African leader or set of leaders,
Let me just, there's been talk about this, and while I agree that, look, for example, a lot of attention has been paid to Ukraine, how about Somalia, how about Sudan, and all of that, and the things that have been happening there. You also see that maybe we've not lived up to expectation, but let me just, it talks about, it doesn't state any specific batch of leaders. But look, I have heard many African presidents, many leaders from Africa, including here in Ghana, sing the same song. So it's not a different hymn book or hymn sheet. It's the same rhetoric from Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa to President Akufo-Addo of Ghana.
Absolutely, and it is utterly preposterous to hear people say that we need money, come help us, don't help others, helping others more than you are helping us, for a continent of great potential. This entitlement mentality of our leaders when it comes to aid, really is sickening.
It's like saying you did something to me in the past, because of that, I simply cannot move on. Get along with your life already. Colonialism happened. Move on.
Very, very sickening. And especially also as colonialism did not take away all the beautiful things that the Almighty God, granted our continent. Unfortunately, poor, terrible leadership over the years have cost us some of the things that we see. I always say that it is not okay to always beat ourselves as a continent and always, chastise and say that everything about us and our continent, is wrong. However, I am also of the firm opinion that there is so much that we can be able to do for ourselves as a people, And so for me, enough of this lamenting and brooding, and for us to focus on the things that we can do to better our lots as a people.
Right. And that is how we're going to wrap the conversation. Let me just wrap with some headlines from the Business Finder. Afrexim Bank Springfield signed $750 million credit facility. I've already told you about that. It's a big boost for Ghanaian ownership of oil, the oil and gas sector. First quarter real GDP increases by 4.2%, and that is a definitely positive story. That's according to the Ghana Statistical Service. And 3 cocoa producers discuss African cocoa pricing body. Samuel Bing, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and wish you the very best of the day.
Same.
All right, thank you. Samuel Bing is with the Parliamentary Network Africa. As we wrap, I would like to wish a happy birthday to you, Mr. Isaac Kojo Abraham of the Minerals Commission. The Multimedia Group Limited would like to take this opportunity to thank you for being supportive and helpful to us. May the Almighty God give you strength, courage, and all those things you deserve in your life. Also, a happy birthday to Abigail Babite of Gimpa and Marshmallow. We wish you the very best on this day. From me to you, have a wonderful day. Also to Anochwa Basewa, we wish you a very happy birthday. May God richly bless you in all your endeavors. To all of you, we wish you a fantastic birthday celebration. And of course, this segment brought to you by Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. We're offering free prostate screening, free female fertility screening. Locate us in Spintex here in Accra, opposite the Shell signboard. Kumasi Chronomabwe here behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's also Takrady Anaji Estate, Tema Community 22. Then there is Techiman Hanswa and Esiama in Zima. If you'd like to call, which I definitely suggest you do, reach out to them on 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. Stay with us. Sports is up next.
Young woman in Ghana is going to be empowered enough to be the light and the heart of our society.
I am committed to ensuring that these NGOs are supporting government efforts and not the opposite.
We have developed a very effective cycle of admitting and rehabilitating young women in need.
I don't want to be a soldier. I don't just want to be in the program. I want to be by your side.
Get her ready.
You're saved and you're brought here to make something of yourself. Only rule is that you stay as good girls. Our investigations here focus on organizations with a seemingly clean sheet.
you will fail. You know why? Because I never lose.
Big Chef is back. A new edition with a new twist, new recipes, a new style, new delicious plates, and new critics. This is Big Chef Tertiary. It's a battle of Ghana's tertiary schools with the best chefs with the sharpest knife. Make a date Sunday, 25th of June, 2023 at 5 p.m. as we outdoor the schools representing your region at the launch of the maiden edition of Big Chef Tertiary.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
Good morning, it's time for sports here on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak. Now, good news for Ghana Premier League champions Midiama, because the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has pledged to support the club ahead of their participation in next year's CAF Champions League. Midiama will represent Ghana in the competition next season for the first time in their history. The Speaker has assured the club of assisting them with 100,000 Ghana cedis as part of their preparations for the continental showpiece.
I want to, on your behalf, commit the House to going with them all the length to the continent to ensure that they win the African Cup for Ghana. This I will proceed to enforce. Whether you say aye or no. And so when they approach the House through the Speaker, I will know the means I'll use to get the investment from you to the club to ensure that they get the necessary resources, the necessary logistical support, and the necessary motivation to surprise the continent by winning the cup. Yes, I'm a patron. And so, as the patron, I'll ensure that that is done. So, Mediama LC, I want to assure you that the House is with you. And I'll proceed to pledge, which you can take up from me anytime an amount of 100,000 Ghana cedis now to support your activities. The Honorable Deputy Minister could receive it on your behalf. And please, this is the time to celebrate. This is the time to enjoy and to refresh and to motivate and incentivize yourself for the task ahead. We are with you. Congratulations, congratulations, and congratulations. And I end with this statement. A thing of beauty is a joy forever.
Meanwhile, some members of parliament also called for proper management and investment of football clubs in the country. They also charged government to improve the country's sports facilities.
Business, football must always move in tandem. And so there's the need for the club owners to also be out there and talk about their clubs and the successes and open up and be quite transparent in terms of what comes in and how they are spent. Because that really is a challenge. And I hear a lot of them complaining bitterly this time around, knowing that it's in a way affecting the performance of those clubs. Calling on government for support is good, but they might not get everything they want from government.
Football is now a big business, and congratulations to my good friend, Mr. Parker. I watched the last African Cup of Nations Club Championship between Al Ahly and WAC of Morocco. Al Ahly won the trophy 3-2. And if you look at the quality of play, it should tell you that those countries are investing in their academies. Companies are investing in football and sports in general. That is why Morocco could get to the semi-final stage of the last World Cup. If you look at the Senegalese team, it should tell you that some old players are putting money into academies. Patrick Vieira and co, they are putting in big money. What are former national stars doing in Ghana? Everybody is saying government must contribute, government must contribute. How much can government put in football? Go to the sports village of Mamelodi Sundowns, Pirates, Chiefs, and you think you are somewhere in Europe. If you don't invest in sports, you won't get the results. Alhaji Gruza, King Faisal, one man, how much can he support King Faisal with? So we all have to go back to the drawing table and look at how football is financed and how sports is financed to be able to win the trophies that we want this country to win. Else, we'll be wearing our national team shirts, going to the stadium and coming back home with high blood pressure and disappointment.
Mr. Speaker, we've all heard about the woes of Ghana football. And ever so often we hear people saying, people must put in money. Mr. Speaker, how do you put your money? Who on this planet puts your money into a venture when you are told that officiating is problematic? Facilities are problematic. The training regime is not fit for purpose. And there's no clear route as to whether, even if you invest 10 cedis, whether you even get your 10 cedi back. So, Mr. Speaker, until we have a system where Ghana football gets these issues resolved, it is going to be difficult. It's not as if Ghanaians don't have the ability to invest in football. That is why I take the opportunity to congratulate those who have risked to invest in this venture, especially those who have invested in Mediama, as a result of which this glory is coming. But Mr. Speaker, I would encourage GFA to look at this. It is common, it may be wrong, it is common knowledge that the quality of the infrastructure in at many of the places is not fit for purpose. For instance, if you were to have a football club and the players are as good as anything, you need to be able to conduct or organize your football matches in such a way that people who are actually going to the stadium to watch the match are safe And then 2, you'll be able to get your gate fees. But we don't have enough stadia in this country that can have that organized properly. So infrastructure is a good thing we should look at.
Away from club issues, now last night the Black Meteors arrived in Morocco for the 2023 Under-23 Africa Cup of Nations. They were initially based in Egypt, where they featured in 2 friendlies ahead of the tournament. The team will begin their campaign on Sunday, June 25, when they face Congo in their first game of the tournament. To Europe, and President of UEFA, Alexander Shefferin, has criticized Saudi Arabia for their big money spending on players based in Europe. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo and Karim Benzema, they have already joined clubs in the Asian country. Now, Chelsea's Hakim Ziyech, Kalidou Koulibaly, and Edouard Mendy are all close to signing for clubs there. Shefferin described their transfer policy as a mistake.
It's mainly a mistake for Saudi Arabian football. It was a similar mistake in China when they all brought football players who were at the end of their career. Tell me one player who is top age and who starts the career who went to play to Saudi Arabia. Why is that a problem for them? Because they should invest into academies, they should bring coaches, and they should develop their own players. The system of buying the players that almost ended their career is not the system that develops football.
But does it concern you in any way?
No.
Aren't you scared of an exodus of players? Top players? I mean,
No.
we lost Messi, we lost Cristiano Ronaldo, we lost Karim Benzema.
You know what? We didn't lose them. They still play football, but they're at the end of the career. At the end of the career, some players go somewhere to earn some money. But it's not about money only. Players want to win top competition, and top competition is in Europe.
Well, now Sky Sports football reporter Kave Soeko does not think so. According to him, Saudi Arabia's plan might be fruitful as compared to that of China.
There's a lot of interest in football in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia were the best supported team at the World Cup in Qatar. They beat Argentina, who ended up winning the World Cup in Qatar. They had something like 70,000 fans in Qatar. I met some of them. They are football mad. They're football crazy, and they're crazy about the Premier League. Now, the rulers of Saudi Arabia have looked at this, seen all this interest in sport. I think the 70% of the population of Saudi Arabia is under 40. And they've thought, instead of other people making money from our population's interest in sport and football, let's make money ourselves. Let's keep the money within our own borders. We've got a league. We need to professionalize that league. We need to get better players into that league. And that's what they've been doing. The Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia has bought majority stakes in 4 of their biggest clubs. I think some of the other clubs in the league are going to be privatized as well. And basically what Saudi Arabia wants to do is put itself on the map. It wants to build on the success it had in the World Cup. It wants to raise its profile. Now, a lot of people will be saying, yes, at the same time, they want to sport wash their image because Saudi Arabia has a very bad human rights record. So this helps change their image around the world so that when you think of Saudi Arabia, you don't think of human rights abuses, you think of Cristiano Ronaldo, or you think of Karim Benzema scoring goals. So there is that at play as well. And I think the final reason, of course, is that a country like Saudi Arabia is very dependent on the money it makes from selling oil. And that oil is not going to last forever, and they need to diversify their economy. And that's why we've seen through the Sovereign Wealth Fund that is exactly what they've been doing. But basically, they want to build their own leisure and entertainment industry and tap into the massive amount of interest there is among the Saudi Arabian population in football. But of course, there are other reasons as well.
And Kave, we saw something similar happen in China, didn't we? But that petered out. So what's to say that this Saudi model is actually sustainable?
Very good question. I think the Saudis have more money. I think they're more serious about this than the Chinese were. I think what happened in China, that was almost an order that came from the president of China. He said that I want us to host the World Cup. I want us to have a really, really good national team. I want us to have a great league. And so lots of businessmen in China went about buying these clubs, bringing in players on massive contracts, paying people like Carlos Tevez, Hulk, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pounds a week. But then the ruling Communist Party in China had a change of heart. They didn't like the fact that all this money was flowing out of China into Europe and into foreigners' pockets as they saw it. And they decided basically to end it, and loads of rules were introduced about how many foreign players you could have in the Chinese Super League, and that is why it petered out. I get the sense that the Saudis are more serious about this, and this one has more legs than the Chinese Super League had. I mean, the Chinese Super League is still going. It just doesn't have the kind of wages and the kind of foreign players playing there who were going there back in 7 or 8 years ago.
Now, to some transfer news, Manchester City captain Ilkay Gundogan, he will join Barcelona in the summer, and City, they have reacted well by signing Mateo Kovacic from Chelsea as his replacement. That's how we wrap up sports here on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak.
We've told their stories. It's now time to celebrate and honor their selflessness. It's a moment of recognition and giving these personalities the platform to expand their impact and promote development. They are the finalists of the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. Who among our extraordinary 10 nominees will earn the envious title of the JoyNews Impact Maker of the Year? Isaac Ajaoto, Richard Oko, Ellen White or Jefferson Agbotro, Amadou Mohammed, Ilyas Ubaba, Isaka Anesi, Jajira Portia or Joy Okra. There are also Father Moses Awenonja and John Akaribo. Make a date with us at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of June 2023, live on your most authoritative and credible news portal, the Joy News channel, for the live telecast and celebration of the Impact Makers of the Year. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities.
Hello there. To provide timely information and to explain educational reforms and to discuss school models and interventions, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with the Teacher Education Journal, presents to you the first ever education TV talk show, the Edu Talk Show. The Edu Talk Show keeps you informed and updated on trends in the world of education.
The Ghanaian teacher is so versatile. Provide him the opportunity, train him, and that teacher will perform wonders.
Where are the women? They're doing very well academically, but they're not in the sciences and all of that. So technology is missing a lot more women that they could have had.
You need to tell the parents, at the moment, what you are getting is covering only an aspect of your child's education. And therefore, it's very difficult for you to make any decision with the limited information you have.
We still have more to do when it comes to safe school.
So join us as we speak to our guests on reforms taking place in Ghana's education sector. My name is Blessed Sogan, and I am your host.
keynote address at the 30th Annual General Meeting of the African Export and Import Bank, President Akufo-Addo said the ratings from these agencies are not in the best interest of developing countries like Ghana. He said such ratings put undue pressure on African economies.
And I can comfortably and convincingly say this. As the AU champion for African financial institutions and leader of a country which recently had to deal with one of the most difficult periods in its post-independent history, difficulties which were exacerbated by the reckless behavior of rating agencies that engaged in pro-cyclical downgrades, shutting Ghana out of capital markets and turning a liquidity crisis into a solvency crisis. Afri-Exim Bank, under its counter-cyclical response mechanism, provided timely support to help Ghana navigate the macroeconomic management challenges worsened by Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine in an orderly manner, when suddenly we realized we were alone.
Professor Bokpin, speaking to Joy Business after the breakfast meeting, says he disagrees with these assertions by the president, explaining that these rating agencies did not kick out the country from the capital market, but instead Ghana lost it.
I understand the rating agencies. In the last 1.5 years, Ghana has suffered a number of downgrades. So to that extent, we say that yes, the president is spot on, that we have been downgraded quite seriously. But I do not agree with the president that they have been reckless with their rating, because the methodology that they use is available for everyone to see. And if you use the same methodology or even you vary it, you still come to the conclusion that the ratings have been largely fair. Right, and therefore it's very difficult to attribute bias to what they have done, because my understanding is that these same rating agencies in the time past, even under this current administration, have given us good ratings, and on the back of that we have gone to the capital markets to go and then borrow, and therefore I'm not too sure that they will just change suddenly because they are anti-government or they are reckless. But we will not say that the rating agencies kicked us out of the market. The right way to put it is that Ghana lost market access.
He maintained that Ghana's economic fundamentals are deteriorated and fiscal vulnerabilities exposed the country prior to the global shocks.
Our economic fundamentals are deteriorated. We had fiscal vulnerabilities in the run-up to the COVID and then Russia-Ukraine. So when those shocks came, given the magnitude of the shocks, it actually revealed the vulnerabilities in our economy. And therefore, the rating agencies didn't have a choice than to downgrade the country. But you look at it this way. Even if we want to ignore the rating agencies, you look at what is happening in the economy. We have to do haircuts. Typically, the kind of haircut we did is really not voluntary. Even though the government was saying that this is voluntary and the rest, it wasn't voluntary. And if the form of debt restructuring is not voluntary in all its spheres, then it's almost like restricted default. And that is what the rating agencies have done. So I think that we are at the point where we now need to take responsibility. We sympathize with the president. He feels the heat. We know that he's doing his possible best to get out of this situation, but I think that we also have to be realistic in terms of where we could have done better so that we all resolve to do better. I think that's the way to go. Blaming and criticizing the rating agencies to a large extent is not going to undo the past. What lies ahead of us is what measures are we going to put in place to make sure that we improve on our ratings. Just recently, Moody's improved our rating slightly, because in their view, we are done with the domestic debt exchange.
He also described Ghana's method in restoring debt sustainability as unnecessary. According to him, the move will rather impose hardship on Ghanaians. He stressed on the need for government to explore diverse ways of ensuring private sector growth to support the economy.
we can cause the same. That's what I'm saying, that there's a way to do a fiscal adjustment that preserves the cash flow of households and businesses. And we chose not to do that one. In fact, we could reach almost the same point in fiscal adjustment if we decided that we're going to adopt a lean government. You can even look at tax from two perspectives. Tax as an investment. So there are countries that lower their taxes as a way of promoting what? Businesses. So that when businesses grow, look, assuming we had, like, if you go and check top 20 businesses in Africa, top 50 businesses in Africa, you will not find Ghana in there. If we are looking for top 20 rich Africans, Ghana is missing. If you pick, so the point that I'm making is that the method we have chosen to restore debt sustainability is going to impose unnecessary hardship. And we can avoid that. In the time past, Ghana used to be a shining example of IMF interventions, but this is where we are. To come out of this, I will look at it this way. When the IMF says that these are the broad fiscal policy frameworks that you need to have, it's then up to the government to decide on the specific interventions, strategies to achieve that. We said this way back in 2021, that we need to preempt what was coming. Assuming the president decides that I'm going to go the way of Cote d'Ivoire, I'm reducing the size of my government to, let's say, 31. We can cost the savings. We can cause the same. That's what I'm saying, that there's a way to do a fiscal adjustment that preserves the cash flow of households and businesses. And we chose not to do that one. In fact, we could reach almost the same point in fiscal adjustment if we decided that we're going to adopt a lean government and just merge about 5 to 6 ministries.
At the event, Executive Director at the Africa Center for Energy Policy, Benjamin Boachi, questioned the viability of Ghana's procurement processes, indicating that it's a crime against the economic growth and development of the country.
The biggest crime of our country is our procurement system, where consistently it has been reviewed, and we know that corruption is so massive in our procurement system. And we have tracked it. It will be difficult for you to find any government contract above $1 million go through competitive tender in this country. It is so sourced. And not just because you go on the shelf and you can see 1 million, and government also went for it for 1 million, which you wouldn't have problem with. You will see 1 million thing on the shelf, and the government will go for it for 10 million, and it will still be so sourced. Go through the numbers. We all have to be interested. The chairs that government procure, how much do they buy them? We all go to the market. The basic things that government procure, 5 times more than what you can buy on the shelf. But we watch them happen, and then they crystallize into debt, and they have the power of the state to pass laws to tax you more, and we are watching. So we can no longer be that kind of citizens hoping to adjust in difficult times, but we need to get the government to do the heavy lifting.
Now, government says it's expected to receive about $6.2 billion from its multilateral partners between 2023 and 2026. This, it says, will help in economic growth. For Joy Business, James Shen.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. Who be careful M-Punch one?
Chese na me ankasa me period na se problems wom. Ntina ma wo ho idea ma me. Papa chese na nya asem ketewa. Na me kwan point no mo hwe me mogya mu na mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro. Mo meduro me fire no. Ene ma won kra mienu. Foforo kwa na mkwan mu a eba.
Head everything yourself. Me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante. And then call endpoint. Omama nura and then why dear what me sorry ananti.
That's endpoint for you. Hello. Hey, what chair? Okay. A free bra with the endpoint what dance. I'm a choir no. Me just say my name koye and person my name and then Gina Sabema. Now me be here for the one in You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint homeopathy clinic. I'm free.
There are days when you think, whoa, today I've earned it. So order a Glovo. Days when plans run longer. What if we order a Glovo? Or days when you can't control everything. Oh yes, because on Glovo, you can order anything you want. Glovo, you order, we deliver.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufitre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede, HD Plus, the Feely experience.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for 170 for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Chocomold from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Fritol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
Coming from the south into the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, the drive is smooth for the most part. But then when you are about 4 kilometers away from entering the capital, the journey suddenly becomes very uncomfortable.
So for many people driving into the Upper East Regional Capital in Bolgatanga, once they get to the Bolgatanga Senior High School, the smooth ride ends there, and from that point onwards it's a bumpy ride like this one because the road is very bad.
This is the Bolgatanga Tamale Road and the stretch from immediately after the Bolgatanga Senior High School to the Total Filling Station close to the Smith residential area. Large potholes, sometimes filled with rainwater, cover many parts of the stretch. The potholes are numerous and so scattered that at some points there is little road left for vehicles to use. Motorbikes and tricycles are often seen meandering their way to avoid running into the potholes. Occasionally, some drivers are also seen diverting into the lanes meant for those coming in the opposite direction just so they can dodge the potholes. According to some road users, vehicles frequently run into each other as a result.
You feel not safe because 2 weeks ago there was an accident over there. One soldier man died just because one driver has left his side of the road and then passed his way, and then he cleared him out, and the soldier man died. He came to witness the funeral of his late father. Then he also joined his father in addition.
The road is so terrible, so bad. The middle of the road there's potholes. Every sideways you cannot even drive. Every time when they work on it, because of the big trucks that load from Tema to Upper East here to Paga, to Boku, Binduri, Puska, and all those places, they all pass this road.
The number of potholes that usher visitors into the capital town of the Upper East region has left some citizens feeling embarrassed.
It's embarrassing to say the least. Every important person who is going to the regional capital, be the president, the vice president, any top national figure, have to pass through this road. We don't need to suffer this in the hands of our policymakers. I commute on this road on a daily basis, and I've seen that it has become a hell to most of us.
Since they constructed this road, they didn't work on this particular site very well, because if they even come and patch it, it won't last long. Every day you'll be riding and the community members will be patching the potholes and they will be begging for money, which is not good.
This portion of the Bolgatanga-Tamale Road has been in this state for many years now. Occasionally, the potholes are filled with gravel, but it never takes too long before they return to this ugly state. In the absence of Ghana Highway Authority contractors on this road, some young men from the surrounding communities are often seen filling the potholes in the hope that some of the road users will appreciate their efforts and throw them some pocket change.
Yeah, we are filling the potholes because you can see how people have been falling here every day, causing accident. If the road were to be good, this all will not happen. And they won't do it. They always come and do it, it won't last. So you can see we are even too close because we are tired.
Who's paying you for this?
No one.
You are just doing it.
You are just doing it. If anyone will pass and you feel like what you are doing is good, you give us 1 cedi or this, we call it. Because we are not here saying that if you don't pay, you won't pass.
Now, for many of the people who use this road, the expectation is that the government will do something, patch these potholes, maybe even remove the asphalt completely. That way the road will be more trouble than it is currently, because for many people, this is not befitting of a regional capital. From the Bolgatanga-Winkongo stretch of the Bolgatanga-Tamale Road, my name is Advocacy, reporting for JoyNews.
We've told the their stories. It's now time to celebrate and honor their selflessness. It's a moment of recognition and giving these personalities the platform to expand their impact and promote development. They are the finalists of the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. Who among our extraordinary 10 nominees will earn the envious title of the JoyNews Impact Maker of the Year? Isaac Ajaoto, Richard Oko, Ellen White or Jefferson Agbotro, Amadou Mohammed, Ilyas Ubaba, Isaka Anesi, Jajira Portia or Joy Okra. There are also Father Moses Awenonja and John Akaribo. Make a date with us at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of June 2023, live on your most authoritative and credible news portal, the Joy News channel, for the live telecast and celebration of the Impact Makers of the Year. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities.
Hello there. To provide timely information and to explain educational reforms and to discuss school models and interventions, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with the Teacher Education Journal, presents to you the first ever education TV talk show, the Edu Talk Show. The Edu Talk Show keeps you informed and updated on trends in the world of education.
The Ghanaian teacher is so versatile. Provide him the opportunity, train him, and that teacher will perform wonders.
Where are the women? They're doing very well academically, but they're not in the sciences and all of that. So technology is missing a lot more women that they could have had.
You need to tell the parents, at the moment, what you are getting is covering only an aspect of your child's education. And therefore, it's very difficult for you to make any decision with the limited information you have.
We still have more to do when it comes to safe school.
So join us as we speak to our guests on reforms taking place in Ghana's education sector. My name is Blessed Sogan, and I am your host.
Welcome back on the AM show. We get into our first conversation and we're going to be talking about narcotics. Yes, we know them, and drug-related health issues. And joining us for that conversation this morning, we have NCO Rees Hakeem Odro. He is Deputy Greater Accra Regional Commander. He joins the conversation. A very good morning to you.
Good morning.
The Narcotics Control Commission, formerly the Narcotics Control Board. You've come a long way. I think it's only fitting that we start off the conversation on the point of what the commission does, what you do generally, and maybe we'll get into the conversation of what narcotics are for those who are watching us this morning. So tell us a bit about your commission.
Thank you. First of all, greetings to your cherished viewers, and I extend greetings to my Director General, who is currently watching us, and the Greater Accra Regional Head, and the entire team at the Greater Accra Regional Office. Narcotics Control Board formally was established by the PNDC Law 236, and it existed until 2020 May, when the commission, or the new act, that is the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020 Act 1019, was also passed. So this new commission is a form of, it's like an enhanced powers and functions. So initially, we didn't have, for example, we didn't have the power to prosecute, but now, in consultation or in consultation with the Attorney General, now we can prosecute. In the past, with the board, we couldn't carry arms, but now with the new commission, we can carry arms. So it's just an enhance of powers and functions expansion that now the commission has been given. So it's just like our job has been extended to other areas that in the past we were not going there. Yeah.
It's like the free zones now also an authority, how the changes come through. Over the years, the NACOC has been, of course, NACOP now to NACOC has done a lot in the area of controlling narcotics and all of that. What would you say stands out since 2020 when this Act 1019 took effect? What would you say has stood out in terms of narcotics control in Ghana?
Okay, what this act, or what stands out after the passing of this new act is that now we are advocating, or we are mandated to make drug use a public health problem. In the past, it was criminalized, where you could serve a minimum of 5 years, or a maximum of 10 years. But with this new act, now, if you are caught using any of these substances, you will be fined not less than 200 penalty units and not more than 500 penalty units. Unless you are unable to pay the fine, that's when you'll be sentenced to 15 months imprisonment. However, if the act also permits us that if we find out that you are actually addicted or you are suffering from what we call substance use disorder, then you can be referred to a rehabilitation center instead of the fine or the pre-imprisonment.
We'll get into the details of that. It's a question I had slated for your appreciation because of those latest dynamics and the fact that we're trying to prevent incarcerating people and rather enforce punitive measures. But what exactly are the narcotics that the control board? There's a famous case, I just forget the title of it, where some people were apprehended. They were actually growing marijuana, and they had no idea that what they were growing or using had legal implications. It's a famous story. It's a famous legal case that comes with knowledge versus what the law says. But ordinarily, I mean, if you use any of these substances, it is assumed that you know exactly what it is and the consequences thereof follow. But what are narcotics? What, according to this act, is described as a narcotic drug?
Okay, then let me go to the interpretation since you are referring to the act. But generally, narcotics are the banned substances. They are the illegal drugs that to us has no medicinal purpose. So for any doctor or medical practitioner to prescribe. So let's go here. Narcotics, according to the section, that is section 113.
All right.
Section 113, that's where the interpretations are. So narcotics means narcotic drug or plant. The narcotic drug includes any substance specified in the 5th, 6th, and 7th schedule, whether it's a natural or a synthetic form. So the schedules too are here. We come to the 5th. Okay. I think there are many. I may not be able to list all of them, but the popular ones are cocaine, heroin. So this is the 5th schedule. That's at the back of the act. We have them: opium, codeine, thebaine, morphine, coca leaves, cocaine, methamphetamine, a lot of them. I think they are listed. A lot of chemicals are also listed in the 5th, 6th, and 7th schedule. Yeah. So basically, that is what the act is saying, that any substance specified in the 5th and 6th schedule. So to know all of them, they need to get the act so you can just see but the popular ones are cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine.
All right. It's interesting that you put all of these together, of course, all of them having their own, whether hallucinogenic or whatever effects. But a point of interest for me is codeine, which is medicinal.
Yes, it's medicinal.
But it also has its narcotics end. Please explain that.
Okay, so with codeine, what it does is, it's also from the opium poppy. That's where it's within the family of opioids or opiates. And these are drugs that are for severe pain. However, once you take these substances, they depress the central nervous system. So overdosing it or abusing it, that is when it has not been prescribed to you, it can be very, very deadly. So that makes codeine a bit delicate when we talk about it, because in one vein it is legal. However, it can only be prescribed, or it should only be prescribed by medical practitioners. But people pass behind the scenes and they manage to get these substances and they abuse them. But the adverse effects and the dangers are just like taking or abusing heroin or any of the opioids or opiates.
It can be used as an analgesic. Sometimes it is even used with aspirin. So it has its health use. But of course, even with weed, there is a medicinal component to it, where there's an industrial use for it. There is a medicinal component to it. And of course, there is the other side, which is an abuse of a drug. Does that mean that in our jurisdiction, I mean, something like tramadol, which some people mix with all kinds of other substances to create a sort of cocktail. We hear, for example, those who work in the mines, I'm not talking of the legitimate ones, the illegal miners, they often mix a lot of these. And what is the status of that? And we know some of these products are in cough mixtures and all of that. What is the status of that? How does NACOC approach such abuse or products?
Let me clarify something first with regard to the medicinal aspect of weed. Yes, in other jurisdictions, it is there. It is widely known. Research has indicated.
Right.
But as we sit in Ghana here,
yes, under our jurisdiction,
yes, there is no medicinal use for cannabis or marijuana. That is legally. But when you go to other jurisdictions, there is. With tramadol and the cough mixtures that you are talking about, these are legal substances. However, some bad guys are producing them illegally, because I don't think you need more than 50 milligrams of tramadol for any pain that you are going through. But we see our brothers and sisters on the streets, sometimes you use like 500 milligrams. You just mix with any of these caffeine,
sometimes energy drinks.
Yes, and that's the danger, because these energy drinks are stimulants. They contain caffeine, which is stimulant. And tramadol being a depressant, once you mix this depressant and stimulant together, you kind of send a wrong signal or a wrong message to the brain. And it leads to a whole lot of confusion in the system, because now the brain does not know whether to send a block or a message to the body that, no, you need to be depressed because of the tramadol, or you need to be elated or stimulated because of the caffeine. So that is it. But because they are legal, what we do is, once we see people who are trading in it without license, we seize them. But when it comes to arresting people for using tramadol, that is a bit difficult. So what we do is the education, trying to let them know that even though it is legal, you are passing behind the scenes to get these substances and you are abusing them. Just know that the detrimental effects or the adverse effects await you. So that is what we do. But we don't go in as in going to clamp them down for. But however, when you know clandestine laboratories where these things are being produced, that one we can go and shut it down, because they don't have the license to produce those medications.
So if you went to any chemical shop or pharmacy and you found out, for example, that they were dispensing tramadol in milligrams or grammage that is beyond the requisite, I mean, very high, what would be the response?
That would be difficult to tell or to say, because it's the work of the doctor and the pharmacist to know the prescribed dosage or milligram that is recommended or required by a person. So me just walking into a pharmacy or a chemical shop will find it difficult to establish the fact that what you are giving to this person is an overdose, unless I'm coming from the medical field. However, no certified pharmacist will give you tramadol that is beyond the milligram, the required milligram for you. So I don't think, there might be bad guys out there, but no certified or responsible pharmacist will prescribe or will give you such medication or such dosage.
Let's extend this a little more, because my research shows that in Ghana, when it comes to these drugs, hard substances that are abused, the number one drug is marijuana. And I've also found out that we often don't pay attention to street children, the street urchins, but they're also in the mix. I was reading one research piece that was conducted in both Ghana and South Africa, and how it showed that in both places, especially here, a lot of these street children were, of course, some of them are there through no fault of theirs, they should be in school, were abusing the drug. What is the status? I mean, is that something you would corroborate, the status of drug use in Ghana? Is marijuana number one on our list? How has NACOC approached it? Also in respect of street children.
Okay, thank you. When we talk of marijuana, it's not only a problem for Ghana, because when you read the 2022 World Drug Report, it states that marijuana continues to be the drug of concern for the entire African continent. So Ghana, your research wasn't wrong, is the most abused illegal substance in Ghana. And according to studies by Juan Brown Akwe, he said that the initial use for marijuana is between 10 to 12 years. So the age that you are also talking about, street children, is also right. Because when we look at the first time, what the experimental age,
the initial,
yes, for marijuana is that very low, between 10 to 12 years. Because when we go out for our educational programs, we interact with some of these upper primary JHS, and to our amusement, like they already know the substance. So it's out there, it's widely available in the country. So now what we are doing is we have intensified our prevention, because prevention aims at stopping or at least delaying the initial use of these substances. So now we go to communities, schools, churches, just to engage people, to let them know. Because mostly when you interact with these people who are suffering from substance use disorder, what they usually say is, I didn't know, had I known. So we realize that, okay, it's the information deficiency that actually leads, because the one who is selling is just interested in the money that he is going to make. So any way or means that he will do to get you into the substance, they go about. So we've intensified our education just to let people know, because when we sit in our offices, it's hard to determine that maybe behind this building someone is abusing marijuana, since it's not something that is coming outside into the country, but it's already in the system. So we believe that through media engagement like we are doing and other sensitization programs, we can reach out to the masses and let them know the effects of these substances, especially marijuana, as you mentioned.
Interesting point you make, but let's talk about methamphetamine. It's not that common to find, but it also requires, there are specialized processes to produce it. If we find it here, then it either means it was brought in through unrecognized channels, or we have the expertise here. People are illegally producing that. What is the status of that product, its use in Ghana? How common is it? And have you had to, for example, hit any places where they were being produced and confiscate anything?
What we usually have, or what I'm aware of, is seizing at the airports and at the entry points at the borders. Because just by our neighbors in Nigeria, I think they had more than, the Indilia, that's the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, destroyed more than 126 clandestine labs. I think in 2016, I'm not sure of the year. So this tells us that if Nigeria is producing, then definitely it will be in Ghana, because they are with us. They are our brothers and sisters. We are with them. So the use, it's not that common as you said. It's hard to see people abuse it, but what we know is the trafficking, because it's hot cake when it gets to the Southeast Asia and that part of Asia. So what we normally experience is the trafficking bit of methamphetamine that is trying to conceal it through our airport or borders. That is what I'm aware of. But when it comes to the use, well, I will not say nobody in Ghana is using it, but I'm yet to, because when we go for our sensitization programs, that particular substance hardly comes up. So I'm yet to encounter anybody who is using it. But I know people are trafficking it, and there are people we've been arresting and seizing, destroying as part of our, when we go for our drug distractions.
When you look at the charts that I have seen in terms of drug use, you would see heroin in there, you would see cocaine in there, you would see opium, which can also be in liquid form, the opioids and all of that. Tell us a bit more about their presence, their use in our borders. What do you know so far? I mean, there are times when we've heard of those confiscations, slabs confiscated at the airport, at different ports and all of that. But what is the status?
Yeah, initially in the past, if you had asked me this question like 10 years ago, I would have said Ghana is a transit hub.
I recall.
Yes.
We had our own problems.
In the past, yes. Right. In the past, cocaine, heroin was not an issue here. It was just a transiting hub that people used this place just to get to Europe and America. But now, there is a growing market, especially for cocaine and heroin. And when you go to the ghettos, people are now abusing these substances.
Are we talking of crack cocaine?
Crack cocaine is there, yeah.
Crack cocaine?
Yeah. So where I was going is that it's not the sad thing is they bring the drug into the country for trafficking to move to the next state. So during the packing, definitely there will be base, there will be leftovers. So it's these leftovers that they gather and they add something like sodium bicarbonate that's cocaine base to it, and they get a crack cocaine. That is why it is very addictive, very dangerous, and the high does not even last. So you need to go in for more. That is the cocaine. Same with heroin. Heroin is also targeting America, because that's where the market is. So what they do is, whilst sometimes you come here and you realize that the borders are tight. So will you stay for your heroin to go with? No. So they then float them into our black market, into our ghettos. And people, that's what they call brown. They usually call it brown or Thai. That's for heroin. And crack, that is rock or cocaine. That's what they call in the ghetto. So we know they are both there. And people are even actually mixing them.
Wow.
They mix cocaine with heroin. They call those ones speedball.
I mean, there are so many names for it.
Yes, speedball. And it's deadly. Just like the tramadol and energy drink example. Because cocaine is also a stimulant that is stimulating the central nervous system. Heroin is a depressant. So when you mix these two, it can be deadly, and overdose can kill you instantly.
There's something we often don't talk about, though. In the context of drug abuse, alcohol is also considered a drug. In that context, it is considered a drug, a central nervous system depressant. When it comes to alcohol abuse, do you also wade into that? What categories do you
So when it comes to alcohol, what we do is, as I said, is education. Because this is a legal substance that people have or feel they have the right to use. So when you tell them don't use alcohol, it's like what the theorists will say, that's the theory of psychological reactance. Once people feel that their freedom is being interfered with, they are likely to bounce back. So it's like we go in with the education, with the information that this is what alcohol is going to do to you. So if you feel like using alcohol, what we preach is more or less moderation. As you said, abuse. You don't abuse it, but rather moderate it. Because binge drinking, study will tell that binge drinking can kill you instantly. And there were videos that circulated on our social media.
You can lose consciousness and be...
Yes, social media some time ago where I don't know whether it was a competition. One guy just took a whole bottle of a drink I wouldn't want to mention, and instantly he passed out. He collapsed. The video was cut short, but he collapsed and they were shouting. So that is the effect of binge drinking. So what we do with alcohol is we kind of educate, give you the realities. However, I also say that the FDA is doing well because it falls within their jurisdiction. If you realize in some few years now, they've made some policies where celebrities cannot even advertise for alcohol. Right. Can also do advertisement of alcohol during daytime. I think it starts from 8 p.m.
Certain late hours. Yes.
And now they've also been instructed to write on the bottle, not recommended for children under 18 years and pregnant women. So these are policies that...
We also see the ones on tobacco-related products.
That is it. So because when the thing is legal, it becomes difficult when you want to go in hard. So all you can do is give them the information, tell them the truth, don't exaggerate, don't lie to them, let them know the reality that if you consume or if you abuse alcohol, you can get hepatitis C, you can get cirrhosis. Let the person know.
I know about liver cirrhosis, but hepatitis C?
Yes.
Really?
Alcohol abuse can lead to that, yes.
Alcohol abuse can let you get hepatitis C? Yes. Wow. Okay, I've learned something. That means the more you abuse alcohol, first, I don't know, fatty liver, there's fatty liver issues, liver cirrhosis, and now hepatitis C. So you probably want to watch it. There are two quick things I want us to look at before we get into the consequences of the abuse of all of these drugs that you've been making mention of, just for sensitization purposes. But there are legitimate drugs, like the tramadol, that sometimes are also abused. The opioids, for example, can be used for pain medication, like you said, in other jurisdictions. Here, what does the law, Act 1019, say? Is there any different approach to it? I know you've spoken about tramadol, but is there any different approach? Because they are legitimate. Since you're talking about legitimate things like alcohol and how it's controlled, what is the control mechanism there?
Without, or apart from heroin, morphine, opium, substances like petidine, tramadol, and other methadone and other opiates or opioids are legal in the country.
Codeine is also.
Yes, they are legal. However, if you want to produce some of these substances, we have some chemicals we call precursor chemicals that you need to import. And mostly these industries and pharmaceutical companies bring most of these precursors. So what we do at our end is that our act mandates us to register and give you the license to import the precursor. So we monitor the quantity you are bringing, how they are being used, and when they get finished, and you need to bring in more. So that is because without these precursors, you cannot actually produce most of these medicines or medications, including the illegal drugs like cocaine and heroin. So we monitor and control these ones. But apart from monitoring and controlling precursor, when it comes to the legal opioids, they are just as legal as any other medication or drug on the counter or in the pharmacy.
All right, let's take a quick look at this, and then we can look at the consequences of the abuse. There's also hashish or shisha, and it's flavored and so many substances are added. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it not illegal? And why are people so able to use them so openly, so freely? You go to many pubs and places, and they are there.
Yeah.
And it's a health hazard, because I've heard that if you smoke one jar or whatever, it's like smoking, is it 1,000 cigarettes or something of the sort? But what is the reality of that? Quickly.
Okay, I think you put two substances together.
Okay.
Hashish is totally different from shisha.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hashish is the resin gotten from the cannabis plant. That's a form of marijuana. Marijuana is usually the dry leaves that they smoke. That's marijuana. But when they pound and grind the leaves into a paste, extract whatever from, then we get the hashish. And we even have the hashish oil, where you can also extract oils after the taking it into process, heating and stuff. You get the oil from the cannabis, and that's the hashish oil. So hashish and hashish oil are banned substances. For them, they are specified in the schedule. They are. You can't even go there. They are derivatives of cannabis, and they are banned, just like the whole plant is banned in the country. However, shisha comes from tobacco. It's a tobacco-based substance that people in the past, people added flavors to it and were using it. It's actually kind of an Arabian culture. And we know how these Arabians are affluent, they are rich. So now shisha, we are adopting that style, that lifestyle of these Arabians. Like, it makes you feel kind of being up there. That's how come you see young people, even now ladies who in the past would have gone closer to cigarettes, now feel proud to say they smoke shisha. Because shisha is kind of, you've attached certain status to shisha. When you sit in the lounge,
it's become a status.
If you look at the names, they give it shisha lounge. So it's like, yeah, you can actually work in a cool place with AC, sit in a luxurious chair, and just be puffing or inhaling that substance. As you said, sitting in a sitting, if you consume or if you smoke one round of shisha, it's like smoking about 8 sticks of the normal cigarettes that people do smoke. And the effect is that the study will tell you that tobacco kills more than 8 million of its users every year. And let me send this warning to also the secondary users. Out of these 8 million, 1.2 million are secondary users. Oh, me, I don't smoke. I was with my boyfriend and he was smoking.
Passive smokers.
Passive smokers. Right. The study will let you know that aside the 8 million that die every year, 1.2 million are from passive, or they are passive smokers. So it's not...
It's even worse to be a passive smoker.
That is the point. So it's not about Now you will enjoy the luxury, the coolness of the substance, but the effects await you. It's just like smoking cigarettes.
Okay, so let's...
But now, let me add this one. The danger is they are now even adding marijuana to it. So now instead of the tobacco base or the tobacco thing that shisha is made up of, now it's marijuana base. People are now putting in marijuana. And that one, if we get you, the law will deal with you because it's illegal. Marijuana is illegal. So once you put
So even if you're not aware and you're there and you are smoking it or whatever and you are caught.
Once we're able to establish it's marijuana, you can't be picked up.
All right. So in the next 2 minutes or so, as we wrap the conversation, let's look at the consequences of abusing all of these, what we should be aware of. And again, if, like you said, if you're caught with any of these items, what the consequences are. You started by talking about the 200 penalty units, especially for weed and other products. And that's the minimum. The maximum is 500 penalty points. And if you're unable to pay the fine, then a jail term will be served you. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so what I was giving it was in regard to in relation to use. However, if you are caught possessing for trafficking, for trade, for any other means, maybe an enterprise, the law says that a minimum of 10,000 penalty units and a maximum of 25,000 penalty units. In addition to minimum of 10 years to 25 years imprisonment. If you're unable to pay the fine, then 3 years will be added. That one lies with the court. So that is when you are caught possessing, importing, trying to sell, cultivating. Cultivating also has its own punishment. That is for marijuana. When it comes to the other consequences of using these substances, aside the ill health that we've mentioned, like you stand a chance of getting lung cancer, kidney issues, liver issues, there are the effects of substance use disorder, which is a bit, people are not really aware of that. That addiction is actually a disease. It's a complex brain disease that is characterized by relapse and leads to a person's inability to control their use of substance, despite the effect. He or she knows that me using this substance is
it's become an addiction, yes, so they find it difficult.
But people don't really consider it as a disease. It's a mental health issue. It's a disease that is there. And people are more or less, it's normal. This is a moral or some kind of a moral issue and not a disease. So that is the danger. We have other effects like injuries, accidents resulting from risky behaviors when you are intoxicated. We see people drink or smoke, jumping buildings, crossing the streets anyhow, engaging in tug fight and tug wars when they are intoxicated. These are some of the dangers. The violent aspect, we have effects like if you are a young person, you dropping out of school. Because studies show that young people who engage or start using these substances are likely to drop out of school. And you lose your future ambition. So these are some of the consequences for using these substances.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning for this conversation. It's been enlightening, and we're hoping that with the work you're doing, less and less people will be exposed to these elements, because sometimes it gets really difficult, especially when you start as a child. When you're exposed to it, then it becomes really difficult breaking the habit. But we're grateful you've taken the time this morning to come and educate us live on Joy News. We've had joining us for the conversation NCO Rees Hakim Odro. He is Deputy Greater Accra Regional Commander. He joined us for this conversation. One more time, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Stay with us, because up next we're going to be hosting the Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Pram. Recently, he got the nod from his constituency to contest on the NDC's ticket. Well, we'll be getting into a number of salient issues bordering on our national life. Everything that you can think of. Well, probably not everything, but the most salient matters. That conversation up next on the AM show. Do stay.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
We've told their stories. It's now time to celebrate and honor their selflessness. It's a moment of recognition and giving these personalities the platform to expand their impact and promote development. They are the finalists of the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, who among our extraordinary 10 nominees will earn the envious title of the JoyNews Impact Maker of the Year: Isaac Ajaoto, Richard Oko, Ellen White or Jefferson Agbotro, Amadou Mohammed, Ilyas Ubaba, Isaka Anesi, Jajera Portia or Joy Okra. There are also Father Moses Awenonja and John Akaribo. Make a date with us at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of June 2023, live on your most authoritative and credible news portal, the Joy News channel, for the live telecast and celebration of the Impact Makers of the Year. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities. Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
How do I acquire a litigation-free land or property in this country? Should I buy a house or go through the building process? If I should buy, what are the critical stages and pitfalls? If I should build, how do I get started? Registration of land, who can help me? Can I just draw my own plan and build? What are the steps in getting a building permit? Rising cost of building materials. Any other options? These artisans seems to be ripping me off my money. What can I do? For this and other building-related issues, join Emmanuel Owusu-Ansah on The Pyramid Show every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. on your favorite channel, Joy News Television.
Welcome back on the AM show. Even before we get into our next conversation, something that skipped my mind, I have to run it by you. So don't drag your dreams away. On the back of the last conversation we have, don't drag your dreams away. That's what NACOC is putting forth. And World Drugs Day is Monday. Guess what? They have an event at the Alisa Hotel here in Accra at 9 a.m. They have a Durbar, so make it a point to follow, join them, and let's all stay drug-free. Don't drug your dreams away. But let's get into the substantive conversation now. We host a two-term member of parliament, am I correct? And he recently got the nod from his constituency one more time. Not as close as we would have thought. He is the lawmaker for Ningo Pram Pram. I'm sure now a lot of you know exactly whom I'm talking about. His alias is Jata. I don't know whether it's Jata Cement or... Sam George, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
I know it's not been easy getting here this morning. Mantaya, but we're grateful that you've made the time to join us.
Mantaya. That reminds me of some of the cabaying on tech campus. You know, when the students are praying and they are groaning in the spirit and the hand is on the ear. Haya, Mantaya, Mantaya.
Really? Are you serious right now? No, I didn't see that coming. Hey! You used to hear them say that, Mantaya, Mantaya.
At times the tongues, you blow the tongues for like 1 hour. Mantaya, Mantaya. Anyway, it's good to be here.
I'm sure you've not seen that at the Parents' Dome, though, where you go to church. You've not seen that one there.
Our intercessors are really solid.
Them day for, man.
If you pray with the Archbishop you can pray for 14 hours non-stop. Sorry, the man is a prayer machine.
I see. This man tire bit. I mean, I've had cause, Christian though I am, I've had cause to, back then on campus, speak to a few people because right outside your window and they would be blaring, Charlie, you've gone to Shaka, you want to sleep a bit. And it wasn't easy, but we've been through all of that. Some would even classify you as a demon because you want to get some rest. But since we've started on that note of faith, I'm going to box you into a little corner. You're a deacon, right?
An elder.
An elder in your church. How did you react when recently the whole Nogokbo thing came up and the challenge was thrown to your archbishop that, hey, you have an ultimatum, show up. I engaged Reverend Professor Frimpong Manso, not Frimpong Boateng, Frimpong Manso, on that matter. And he had his own interesting thoughts from the religious perspective and also the perspective of knowing when to say what, and also the perspective of if you meet someone who doesn't err and 1 out of, let's say, 1,000 times, you find a little, you have to know how to balance issues. What is your personal take? I mean, when your pastor, the founder of your church, was being bashed left, right, and center?
I've stayed away from commenting on this matter, and I think I still want to do. I just want to say that I was in church that day because I attended the Supernatural Empowerment Summit, which was an extremely successful summit where the power of God was made manifest. I urge people to know that every communication is in a context. This conversation we're having is in a context. If you take it out of context, you can spin it in 1,000 ways. People have watched a video that is less than about 3 minutes and drawn their conclusions. That whole sequence in the sermon was about 15 minutes.
Well, that's the danger of social media. People often have very limited information to play.
But that's the point. You don't draw conclusions and run riot on the basis of limited information, else you come across as being shallow. Okay, I hold the view that the Archbishop made the comments he made in context. He came back subsequently to clarify. People seem to have moved away and moved on. People fail to realize the fact that the other side issued threats and gave deadlines which have passed. I have respect for everybody's belief, but I am a firm believer in the efficacy and power in the blood of Jesus Christ. And I know that even those who practice traditional beliefs know that for all the deities, there is a supreme being. And that supreme being, you see, when people say that the white man brought us a God that we worship as Christians, I say to them that they are very oblivious of our culture. There's a difference between culture and idolatry. When you take Akan or Ga, in all of our languages, we've got names, even in Ewe, we've got names for the various deities, and we've got a name for the supreme being. In Ga, Gadang, we call him Atana Nyumo. In Akan, he's called Odumankuma Nyankupong. In Ewe, he's called Mau Ga Sobolisa or something.
Sobolisa, yeah.
Yes. He's a supreme being. And all of these lesser deities are under him. The God we as Christians call is Yahweh. That's his Hebrew name. YHWH is his tetragrammaton name. It is that same God our ancestors called Atananyumo. So the white man didn't bring us a new God. We have chosen to serve the supreme being. And for me, be it in the cosmic realm or wherever anybody wants to go, ultimately, he who manifests in three beings as Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is ultimate. And all powers and all tongues will bow and kneel before him. And so long as we call upon his name is a strong tower, the righteous will run into it and they'll be safe. No power, no weapon fashioned against us will prosper.
Well, thank you for laying the basis for the conversation from that angle. I mean, I didn't mean to go there, honestly. But since you started on the bit of the...
Mantaya.
No. I'm not being mischievous. Can you do it for me again?
Oh, no, I won't.
Just.
Before it becomes a trending video.
No, what you've done already. I can't know. This one, what you are going to add will not make any difference.
Charlie, Mantaya.
Sometimes you must just laugh a bit, laugh it off.
But you know, that is actually what has kept us together as a country. And that's what I would say to everyone who's taking this thing very personal. And I've seen people try to make it about a region and an ethnic group and all of that. Look, what has kept us as a country is our ability to look each other in the face and laugh at each other.
Yeah.
There are things that are said about us as Ghans. When you say that about, look, recently people tagged me on social media. A lady had gone on social media and said there's no successful Ghan man because Ghans are lazy. Why should I respond to such a person? And even in that video, people said, oh, but Sam George is like Gandangme. And so, oh, at MPs there, you always need someone from the place. So that's why that's not success. That's the person's opinion.
So they've not seen the Daniel Macaulay's and all these people in there.
Am I lazy? Am I unsuccessful? If I am not what has been put out, why do I even waste my time about it? There are things that are said about Fantis, things that are said about Ashantis, things that are said about Kwewus, things that are said about Northerners, Nzimas. Look, everybody there's something we say about everybody.
Stereotype, negative stereotype.
And we all laugh about it.
Yeah.
You get it? It is that has allowed us to go on and we make light of very serious issues in our country. It's the reason why we've survived. And I think that we should not lose sight of it. I mean, people are free to complain and vent their spleen, but there is a limit to it. You know? There's a limit to which you take it. If everybody wants to become rigid, we'll lose what makes us the beauty of our country. South Africa calls themselves the Rainbow Nation because of the multiple colors and ethnicities. We are a Kente nation. If you look at the Kente cloth in its beauty, it is the intermix and that mix.
That interweaving of different yarns and strands.
That makes it one solid piece. And that's the various ethnic groups of Ghana that come together to give us our unique identity. Let's not break it. It's important we don't break it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a completely different conversation on national cohesion, but I think that we just need to be careful because we're beginning to build setting walls and barriers. This is a no-go area for you if you are not. We can say it to ourselves. You can't say it to us. I mean, Charlie, when Ghans also say, don't crack this joke about us, okay, if you do it, we are sacking you from our land. Well, I mean, I go around places. I go to buy, the other day in East Legon, I stopped to buy coconut. And I said, oh, Charlie, and then the coconut seller replied to me, Samu kasa no minte. do I also go leave it and say you are on my land and you're referring to my language as Samu Kasano? Yesterday there was a video of a man being arrested by the police. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've not.
And the police were speaking to him in Tree. He was holding a machete. He was speaking in a language I hear is Grushi. That's what he speaks. And he didn't understand what the police were saying. The police didn't understand him. And thankfully, the police were able to disarm him and arrest him. But the fact of the matter is, must everybody speak Tree?
Definitely not.
The fact that I don't speak Tree doesn't mean I'm not Ghanaian. In fact, the Constitution says in Article 14.2 that if an arresting officer must speak
in a language,
that the person understands.
Exactly.
You understand me? But we've come to that place where it's almost been accepted. Everywhere you go, people speak to you. Even in government offices, they speak to you in Tree.
But let's also say this from the legal standpoint. If you're trying to conduct an arrest and you cannot speak a language that the person, I mean, you would have wanted to come in with someone who can speak the language, but in circumstances beyond your control, like in this instance. I mean, if you see the police and you see that they are signaling, so where linguistic barriers, sign language, maybe to put down or something, you cannot say that you don't comprehend when you are being signaled to maybe drop a machete. But I understand that basis, that purported
everybody must
undercurrent that everyone must speak a certain, that is problematic. Very interesting way we've started the conversation, but let's now talk about the state of the nation, Ghana's economy and where it is currently. We've got our IMF deal. We've got the first tranche. The CD has not exactly been stable, but there are some gains we've made in terms of real GDP increments. The Ghana Statistical Service reports today, for example, for the first quarter, it has increased by 4.2%. The balance on our books for what we have to do as a country has also stabilized a bit more. Inflation saw a little uptick of about 1 percentage point in May from April, which is not what we would have wanted. But now we are producing more oil, for example. It's increased by a number of thousands, tens of thousands of barrels. Let me just get the figure, 40,000 barrel increments. So the Jubilee field, which was producing about 85,000, is now going to produce about 100,000 and more. It has the capacity of hitting 120,000. But when you look at the dynamics, the reality of the Ghana man, so to speak, what do you see?
You know, we've always said that Ghanaians are magicians because you wonder how Ghanaians survive. If you ask me how I survive, I can't tell, giving the reality. And I'm sure same will apply to you. When you look at what your outlay is and what you do in a month, and you look at what your take-home is, you ask yourself, how am I able to pull this off?
It gets worse when you're on a bank facility around this time.
Absolutely.
It's a killer.
Many young people have taken mortgages to own homes and you have to pay, and these mortgages are dollar denominated and it's killing people. So look, the reality is we are in dire straits. And you see, when I see some of these figures that say that our balance is looking good, our balance is looking better, you know, they say statistics is like a bikini. It reveals a lot, but it also hides critical details.
I've never heard that before. You're saying things this morning, though. Statistics.
It's like a bikini. It reveals a lot. When a woman is wearing a bikini, it shows you a lot, but it conceals very critical details. Yeah. Because what this statistics is telling you is that, oh, our balance of payments are looking good. But it's not telling you that it's because we're not servicing existing loan arrangements that we have. We haven't serviced any of them since November last year. And so when you're not paying your creditors, but those debts have not been written off, those debts are sitting there and waiting for our children to come and pay, you cannot be patting yourself on the back and saying we're doing good. I mean, I was at the send-off of the Indian High Commissioner last Friday, and the special guest was our finance minister. And I cringed in my chair when he gave his speech, and he was thanking India and celebrating the fact that when the IMF board chair dropped the gavel to announce that Ghana had been giving the 3 billion loan agreement, the room burst into applause, and that shows Ghana's goodwill. And I asked myself, Why is this man still our finance minister? He's proudly telling us that the room celebrated us going to get a loan after we had been begging for it for almost 8 months. I mean, how pathetic can you be to be the guy running our finances? That what you're celebrating is akin to the Wache party he threw 5 years ago. Telling us that it is a thing of pride that people were clapping for Ghana, that after 8 months of going around and begging everybody who is anybody in this world, from the Paris Club to China, to get a loan, to qualify for a loan, we finally qualified for the loan. You're so broke, you don't qualify on your own strength to go and borrow. But you have to beg someone to beg for you to beg, to be begged, and you get to be borrowed. I mean, that's the real situation. Rotation nurses. And you say, what's it for the ordinary Ghana man? Rotation nurses. And I speak about it because I have one living in my house. They're finishing their rotation, which is their national service. These are nursing trainees. They're finishing their national service this month. You know, they haven't been paid 1 month, even 1 month of their NSS allowance.
Out of the regular 10 months
out of the 11 months they're supposed to work. This is the 11th month.
Wow.
They have not been paid 1 cedi. So ask yourself, how have these young people, some of them have no family in Accra, were posted to Accra. How have they survived in Accra?
Remind me, there was supposed to be an increment to this at some
Yes,
point.
I think to 799 from 599.
Right, from 500 to 700 and something. Has that happened though?
How would it happen when you've not received to know whether, on paper, yes, there's been an increase, but they have not received 1 month. They are ending. So for an ordinary young Ghanaian nursing trainee, that is the picture of Ghana. They most likely have borrowed. And look, their executives, the national executives came to meet me in Parliament 3 months ago to make a statement on the floor of the House for them. And they said to me that, look, they are being forced to offer sexual favors. They are being harassed by landlords because they owe. Some of them have to offer their bodies to be able to buy food because they are serving this country. So if you see a glut of Ghanaian health workers running away from the country to the UK and to Canada, look at what's happening to our rotation nurses. That's ordinary Ghanaians. The ordinary teacher.
But let me be quick to also point to the fact that while the second scenario you painted about women having to offer their bodies to do X, Y,
not just women,
just to make ends meet, and it's a horrible situation. And I have known people personally from different facets who have had to do that. Some people, you know, sometimes you have to bend over backwards to help. But I'm also saying that while we chastise this government, it's not new. There are times when, under your administration, the erstwhile administration, some people also did not get their stipends. Students abroad did not get what was due them. I remember when I was in Cuba at the time, when the NDC was in power, there were times when we did not get our stipends. I mean, that can be really frustrating. Obi Mainso and going through that. It's happened over time. It's not a rarity.
I would be the last person to sit here and post it that it never happened under the NDC. But that's the two things I'll say. But that's the reason why the NDC was voted out, because this was supposed to be a better alternative. True?
Right.
People voted the NDC out because we weren't seen as good enough, and Nana was a better alternative. But let me tell you, at no point in time under the NDC did anybody have to go their whole national service and not get paid. At no point in time. At least you would have gotten 3 months, 4 months, there'll be some arrears. As you speak about, when you were in Cuba, and many other people who have been beneficiaries of government support for external education, would all tell you, every government, be it the Rawlings administration, be it the Kufuor administration, the Mills or the Mahama administration, have always been in some arrears. 3 months, 6 months. As we speak, this government is owing people over a year of stipends. So what we're talking about is not that, we're not saying there should be no arrears, because that would be unfair to say, because every government has a certain level of arrears. It is the magnitude of the problem. At no point in time have Ghanaian students outside the country been owed the length of time that they are being owed now. That's the reality. That's the issue. You see, if someone owes you 3 months and somebody owes you 9 months or 10 months, they can't be the same. Yes, both owe you, but one is better than the other.
Right.
And so that's the challenge we're talking about. That's the issue that we're talking about. And it is these challenges that, and you see, for me, a sister TV station put out a tweet, and government spokespersons went berserk. They said, take your salary today, convert it to dollar, and compare it to your salary in 2016. If your salary in 2016 was 2,000 cedis, in 2016 was 2,000 cedis, and let me even assume in a very unlikely situation that your salary has doubled, and now it's 4,000 cedis. In 2000, the dollar was changing. In 2016, the dollar was changing for 4.1, between 4 and 4.1 when we handed over. So your 2,000 Ghana cedis at 4 was $500. Now, I'm not comparing your salary as fixed, though. I am assuming that your salary has doubled to 4,000. Today, the dollar is 12. 4,000 by 12. I want to get a decimals. 4,000
a factor of 3
divided by 12.
A factor of 3.
With your salary doubled, your salary is now worth $333. 33 cents. So you have already lost almost, give or take, almost 40% of the real value of your salary. Now, this is without considering inflation, which was at about between 9 and 11% in 2016, and today is at 42%. So you realize that if I was to use your salary as a fixed figure of 2,000, today, your salary is actually worth less than $170. It's about $165 compared to $500 in 2016. So if you want to see the real state of the Ghana man, it's not about what Sam George comes to say. It's not about macroeconomic indicators. And we don't take, I always say, look, we don't take macroeconomic indicators to the market.
Right.
When you go to the market, you pay cash. You don't pay macroeconomic indicators. And so for me, and that's why I feel that people in public office must have a conscience. We must have a conscience. And if Bawumia's conscience was not seared with hot iron, he wouldn't even have picked forms to contest. Because this is a man who was sold to us as the economic messiah, as a whiskey. In fact, that is how he was sold and outdoored by the flag bearer Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016. This was a man who gave us lectures and set questions for his predecessor, who was the vice president at the time and head of economic management team. Today, this is the state of our economy. And every time I watch that video of he making fun of himself, and you saw Alan Chemanting and Osafo Mafuenko and Professor Boateng, George, laughing at him. When at Pentecost International Worship Center, I said, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. But if you see an exchange rate that has weakened now, you cannot say that it's the fundamentals. And everybody burst into laughter, including himself, and he was laughing at himself. It tells you the state of the economy. When you see Ken Ofori-Atta and Mahmoud Bawumia as the two people running our economy, it explains to you the mess that we are in. But when public officers do not have a conscience and cannot stand up and own the fact that they have failed the people they serve, we're saddled with this problem. So I'm not the one going to tell you that we are in a mess. Just look at like President Kufuor said in 2000. She was sitting him.
But let me ask you, though. Let me ask you, though. In the midst of all of this, the NDC is supposed to be bringing hope to the people of Ghana. The question that begs is, what is your alternative? You know why? We elected this administration to bring us hope, change. That has not come. In the course of the Fourth Republic, we've been embarking on that same hopeful exercise every 4 years. We seem not to be finding hope. So what exactly then is the alternative? Because we shouldn't have an alternative for alternative's sake. We need real solutions to our problems.
Absolutely.
very quickly, I want us to get into the bit about the ratings agencies. What then is the alternative? What can you do differently? In fact, there are those who have proffered that with where our economy is now, even if your administration comes to power in 2024, you have a migraine to deal with, and that you likely wouldn't fare any better.
Let me be brutally frank, and many people may not, even within my party, may not like what I'm about to say, but John Mahama is not a magician. He doesn't have a magic wand that, God willing, in 2025, when he's sworn in as the next president of Ghana, he will wave and everything will just change. The mess is endemic. The systemic mess is deep. And so when you say we have a migraine to deal with, absolutely. But what John Mahama has is a fantastic opportunity to go down in the annals of our history as the man who hit the reset button for this country. And that is going to be on him as president, because he's not going to be saddled with thinking of a next election. He's coming in to serve one term. His focus must be on fixing and resetting our country and taking the tough decisions that this government is unable to take and focusing on resetting Ghana for the next generation. So you're going to need a president who's going to come in, and that president, I believe, is John Mahama, who's learned from his own mistakes. And don't get it wrong, the first John Mahama administration between 2013 and 2016 did make mistakes. He's had the benefit of 8 years to sit back, learn from those mistakes, come back and take the right decisions. But you see, when you ask what our alternative is, I'm not going to take the wind out of John Mahama's sail, because he's going to be speaking, having a number of policy dialogue. The manifesto will come out and he will speak to all of those. But you should bear in mind that if you look at the trajectory of this government, almost everything that has gone wrong was predicted by the minority. We advised them on e-levy. We said the e-levy wasn't going to achieve what they were going to do. It was just going to saddle us with bigger problems. We've come there. We asked them to go to the IMF. They came and rang, they danced all over the place and said they would not go to the IMF. There was no way we would go to the IMF. Here we are. If we had gone to the IMF 8 months earlier, we wouldn't have had this mess we're in. When they spoke about excess capacity and all, we warned them. We said to them, look, be careful what you're talking about, because you can't say there is excess capacity. Today, here we are. They are unable to, after collecting ESLA and even extending ESLA and renegotiating the AXA and Ameri deals, look at the mess we're in. So everything that has gone wrong with this government, the minority has sounded it off and warned them. I would also remain a critical voice. And I believe that there are many people, because you see, many of us are not going to sit back and allow the next Mahama administration come and do business as usual. No, that's not going to happen.
In other words, should your party win,
when my party wins,
if your party wins, you are going to push to ensure that the right things are done. Isn't that rather? I'm sorry, the word that is coming may offend you, so I'll not use it. But is that not rather
patronizing?
Yes, because we know that the power doesn't lie in your bosom. Many have said that. And so in the end, those at the very top make decisions that sometimes are unpopular with even you, the members of parliament, and there's nothing you can do.
No, but we need to come to a place where we begin to speak up, whether it's your party in power or not your party in power, because ultimately it is Ghana that needs to be saved. We need to begin to call ourselves out, whether it's your party or the opposition. Look,
you do that and you are whipped in Parliament.
Well, you will be whipped if you want to be whipped. Why? Sitting here today, it's not my leadership that scheduled me to come here.
There are times when they do. There are times
when the leadership of the party would. But do you know Sam George to be one who doesn't speak his mind when he wants to speak his mind?
Anyway. So important points.
You see, people forget that even when Mahama was in government in 2015 to 20, between 2013 and 2017, I was always speaking my mind. Maybe at that time, people hadn't taken notice about Sam George. I'll give you a typical example. I sat in this studio in 2015 when President Mahama attended the State of the Nation's address in his Toyota Avalon, and ministers of state came in their Land Cruiser using state fuel. I sat in the studios of Joy FM and blasted ministers of state. At that time, I was a presidential staffer. Because you see, my brother, if we do not come to a place where we begin to call out what is wrong as wrong, irrespective of which party, we will all get, this country will sink. Now that the prices have gone up, when the dollar reached 16 at a certain point in time, Chief, was there a special place for MPs? Today, when I do the groceries for my house, I know how much I used to spend on groceries 3 years ago for a week in the house, and I know how much I spend now. When I go there, I don't flash my parliamentary ID card and get a special rebate. It's the same way nobody in government today, the MPP spokespersons who are running from TV station to TV station defending the government, when they go to the market, they pay the same price.
Point made. So that is something we must learn
So
to
we
call
must call
out.
a straight. Yeah.
Right. Let's lump up these matters. We have limited time, but I want you to look at the NDC's inner wranglings. Muntaka Mubarak, your member of parliament for Asamwasi, and what he's been saying about how he was targeted, first of all, in terms of losing his position as the chief whip of the minority, and then in contesting Asamwasi one more time, and the inner machinations. And he says he's forgotten, but he's not forgiven. And the Jachi Kwesen and Ato Kaselato Forsen saga. I want you to lump those together for me. Then we can take a quick swipe, if you like, at the ratings agencies and what President Akufo-Addo said. I think it's Professor Lord Mensah who made mention of the fact that the president was only upset because with those credits ratings, we couldn't go and borrow. But any quick takes on these matters?
Okay, so first and foremost, power and leadership is transient. Nobody was born for a particular position. I have enormous respect for the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, but I believe that it's time for us to move on. Not everybody was happy with the way the transition happened and all the drama around it. We all had our demons that we had to fight in our constituencies to emerge. The beauty of it is God has given us victory. We are moving on. I mean, some of these things are things that we need to move on. And I urge everyone that feels slighted or feels pained to let it go and let's move on. And to my senior Muntaka, I know that he loves the party, and I know that he's going to come around and champion our cause in the Ashanti region.
Jachi Kwesen.
To the Jachi Kwesen case, it is just an embarrassing spectacle of how low this government has sunk, that they're focused on Jachi Kwesen and are so blatantly abusing power and incumbency and trying to carry the judiciary along. Look.
Do you remember the case of Adamu Sakandi?
They're completely different issues.
Tell me.
Jachi Kwesen, at the time he contested the elections, did not have any other citizenship apart from the Ghanaian citizenship. Jachi Kwesen, at the time he swore the oath to become a member of parliament, did not have any other citizenship. Adamu Dramani Sakande, at the time he contested the election, had 3 different nationalities. Adamu Dramani Sakande, at the time he swore the oath to become a member of parliament on the 9th of 6th and 7th, was still holding 3 citizenships. Adamu Dramani Sakande, after he had sworn the oath and became a member of parliament, was still traveling with his British passport. Show me Jachi Kwesen's other passport apart from his Ghanaian passport.
So that is the difference.
They're completely different. They are comparing apples and alugutugui. Completely different.
Sauerso.
They're completely different.
Right.
So and then that to force in. So, but
well, he's granted relief now. He can go to his constituency and campaign and all of that.
Not exactly. The judge would give a verdict on Friday.
Tomorrow.
But what the judge has said is that he can skip tomorrow's hearing and be in the constituency. I mean, to think in the first place that the judge would have said that on the day of his by-election should appear in court. You see, with a greater respect to our judiciary, justice must not just be done, but it must be seen to be done. And justice must be served to all manner of persons. The judges must bear in mind, look, the respected CJ, JSC, is no longer Chief Justice. He's now a citizen like all of us. So they should all bear in mind that one day they would also leave the bench.
Right.
Now, Atu Forsen and all the shenanigans that are going on there, for me, again, simply because Atu Forsen has chosen to expose the wrath in this government, they are turning the guns on Atu Forsen. How do you blame a deputy minister who on the
But he signed on for it. There is no testament, according to what we've been told, there's no testament that the minister at the time gave him such rights.
That's false.
Especially with the sums of money, the directive to release funds for that.
That's false. That's false. Again, Atu Forsen was not a procuring officer. He was not a procurement officer. It was not his ministry that bought the things. I mean, so you see, this is just about trying to gag Atuforsen because at that time he was ranking on finance. He was spitting fire on them. Now he's minority leader. How do you gag him? It will fail. Let's move on.
But the court system will do what it will.
You see, if the court system works properly and the law is applied with common sense and legalese, there is no reason why Atuforsen should not work.
President Akufo-Addo says, well, regardless of the fact that those ambulances were not fit for purpose, but there have been concessions made. One of the organizations involved wanted to pay about 2 million euros out of the 2.3
That is the organization.
But,
that is not Atuforsen.
Right.
I've seen the mission. They say Atuforsen wants to refund money. Atuforsen did not take any money.
Let's talk about the credit ratings agencies. The president has described them as reckless. Professor Lord Mensah says it is only because Mr. President became angry that his government couldn't go out there and borrow. Your take on that?
Our president is an over-pumped spoiled kid.
What did you say?
Our president, Nando Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is an over-pumped spoiled kid.
You're calling, wait. You're calling our president a kid?
Oh, he's behaving like one. He's throwing tantrums.
Isn't that a bit of a low blow?
If the president...
A man of almost 80 years, you're calling him...
So then he should stop behaving like a spoiled kid. Our president is throwing tantrums on the international scale and embarrassing us. It's like you going to a church service with your child and your child is rolling on the floor and screaming because they didn't allow him dip his hand in the offering bowl. That's what our president is doing. This is the same man who ran around with these rating agencies and their ratings when he was candidate and used it to poo-poo the Mahama administration. He has overseen the worst economy in our country, reduced our country's economy to junk status, toilet paper status. And when they are telling him, he says that why should they tell him the truth? Our president hates to be told the truth.
But the ratings are getting better. The ratings are getting better.
Because you're not paying your debts. The ratings are a value of what your finances look like. Today, Ghana's finances are cosmetic. Let us start paying our debts. And let's see what will happen to our finances. Let's see what will happen to our balance of payment. The president should stop embarrassing us. Look, you failed, Mr. President. You've been abysmal. You are a colossal failure when it comes to governance in this country. You will go down in history as the worst president in Ghana's history, worse than even military dictators. You should begin to lick your wounds and show humility and not go around throwing tantrums like a spoiled over-pampered kid and disgracing our country. It is good enough that you have created a mess in our economy. It is worse that you are embarrassing us on the international scene. Mr. President, you and your handlers, stop it.
Let's wrap on these two fronts very quickly.
Yes.
In some 3 minutes, if you can manage the two. Yvonne Nelson's new book, I Am Not Yvonne Nelson. Yay or nay? As you would say in Parliament, yeah. Or, and I'm sure you've seen bits of it. I don't know whether you've read it. And then there's also LGBTQ. It's come to the fore again, a lot of talk about it. I want to know, are you going to pursue the bill in Parliament? What is the status of the bill? Okay. In recent times in the UAE, you know the new Spider-Verse movie, there's a portion with an LGBTQ image and all of that. They've banned it there. What do you think about that? Just tell us, and you've spoken about the consequences of this fight on you. Yeah. These 2 points, very quickly.
Okay, so I think Yvonne Nelson's book is a very bold attempt at a tell-it-all. However, following the commentary that's coming out, it appears that it's not really a tell-it-all. It's a selective tell-it-all. There are questions about some of the narrations that have been made. We're beginning to see a lot of pushback on social media, people disputing some of the things she's saying, and people adding things to.
But that's to be expected for a book like that.
Yeah, but I still hold the view that certain things ought to remain private, no matter how blatant you want to be or how bold you want to be. Certain things, that's why there's a word called privacy.
Some have said that that element shows her lack of emotional intelligence. Do you agree?
I'll leave the jury out on that. Before the headlines become some judge says Yvonne Nelson lacks emotional intelligence. And then that becomes a whole new social media thing. I would leave the jury out. I won't comment on that.
Do you think she should have written this book?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not against, and I think people must write books. I'm working on something. People must write books to tell their stories, but you must be. I don't want to use the phrase emotional intelligence because you've used it, but you must be able to measure what you put out and what you don't put out. I mean, imagine me putting out a book and chronicling all the times me and my wife have had a fight. To what intent and purpose does that serve? Okay, and putting out the sordid details of fights or putting out sordid details from your private life that go a long way to hurt other people outside of you. You begin to question some of those things, you know. But let me say hi to Tracy. I think she's been a very
Tracy Success?
Yeah, I've seen her tweet, and I think that I celebrate her as a woman. This is someone, she's worked in my constituency with her foundation. She came to work with my office and did some distribution, and my respect for her has gone very up. I mean, her commentary on this matter makes me understand why Saka stuck with her for all this while. And Sarkodie is someone I've known for very many years. At the time I gave Sarkodie a show, he was a backup artist. He was a backup artist to RTVs when I took him to Cape Coast in my previous life as an event organizer.
Around what time was this?
It was 2010.
2010.
Yeah, that's the time.
Around the same time.
At that time, no, 2009, 2010. At that time, the main act was RTVs, and the song was Ademado, Adego Crazy. They were the big acts. So it was then Sarkodie, Skillions, J-So, they were backup artists and all of that. But anyway, that's a different line. But I think that on the LGBTQ thing, I honestly believe that it's a bill we will pass. I think that the world is coming to the realization that where Ghana stands is the place to stand. We're beginning to see pushbacks in the US. We've seen Florida pass legislation to limit trans concerts. We've seen the Secretary of Defense issue a statement from the Pentagon banning trans shows on US Air Force bases in this month. You're beginning to see a pushback. Last year alone, there were 331 legislations in the United States state houses of legislature against LGBTQ activity. The world is taking a stand.
You've seen the consequences for Uganda. I mean, there have been threats. There have been threats. Aren't you concerned?
There is no consequence. What they've done is they've withdrawn their visa. Take your visa.
But there have been consequences for you, personally.
Oh, that one, there are plenty, but I'm like Inge Kante. If you pour water on stone, it doesn't do anything. You see, the harder they come, the farther I push. And so for me, this bill will pass it. They've gone to court. They've gotten two stooges of theirs to go to court. You know, one is in the High Court, one is in the Supreme Court. I'm wondering why the courts are going to want to even entertain any case at this point in time, because the courts must bear in mind that no court can issue a judgment or give directives to the president that you can't discuss this matter in cabinet. It is the prerogative of parliament to pass legislation.
Right.
And so no court should think that they have the power to tell parliament that you can pass this bill or you can't pass this bill. What they can do is what they did with the narcotics bill, the marijuana thing we did. After parliament has passed this bill, you can pass a judgment saying that parliament did not go through all the processes and nullify the law. But you can't tell parliament that you cannot sit and pass a law.
In the end, though, even if you pass this, the buck stops with the president.
When we get there, let's see if he won't sign or he won't sign. I thought he went to the Apostolic Church, because when we speak, they tell us that the president went to the Apostolic Church and said it will not be under his watch that LGBTQ will flourish or would come to fruition in Ghana. That's what he told Apostolic. Is it an Apostolic or the Anglican Church? One of them, I think an Anglican Church in Manfi. So the president will be given an opportunity to walk his talk. It's simple.
Right. Thanks for joining us this morning. The next conversation we're having has to do with sickling, the sickle cell, sickling cell status. Do you know your status?
Yes.
Oh, wait, that's good to know.
I'm AA.
You're AA. Okay, so you're one of the 75 or so %. And now the encouragement is that those who are AA should also intermingle with those who are carriers so we can, eradicate
it and get a number of ASs.
Those. Well, Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram, Sam George, and by the way, congratulations on retaining. I don't think we've spoken.
I was waiting to start a fight with you off air if you didn't congratulate me.
But I started by congratulating you.
I would have said that you were one of the people who was hoping that I get kicked out. But now that you have congratulated me, I know that you are for me. Because you're either for me or against me. There's no middle ground.
Hey. Mantaya. Sam Jatta George, Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram, joining us in the studio.
It's been good.
Stay with us. Up next, we have a conversation on sickle cell. Do you know your status? We'll be right back.
Water is life. Water gives life. Water moves through nature in a never-ending cycle. Observe the beauty of water as it flows all around us, refreshing and restoring. Gaze in wonder at the stillness and beauty of nature. There's harmony in nature everywhere around. Water revitalizes the body and keeps you going strong. Water is life. Water gives life. Drink Awake Purified Drinking Water. One for life. So relax and unwind, and in the calmness of nature, find the rest you desire. For every bottle of Awake you buy, an amount to be donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA approved.
Big Chef is back. A new edition with a new twist, new recipes, a new style, new delicious plates, and new critics. This is Big Chef Tertiary. It's a battle of Ghana's tertiary schools with the best chefs with the sharpest knife. Make a date Sunday, 25th of June, 2023 at 5 p.m. as we outdoor the schools representing your region at the launch of the maiden edition of Big Chef Tertiary.
Get ready for the most anticipated youth empowerment event of the year. The Magdan Youth Connect Summit is back. This time, it's coming to the vibrant city of Cape Coast. Get ready to connect with Dr. Daniel Macaulay. Friday, 30th June 2023 at the new Examination Center, University of Cape Coast from 3 p.m. sharp. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engage in thought-provoking panel discussions and unlock your full potential. Mark your calendars and get ready for an unforgettable day of inspiration, networking, and empowerment at the Magdan Youth Connect Summit 2023 on Friday, 30th June 2023 at the new Examination Center, University of Cape Coast from 3 p.m. sharp.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hello there. To provide timely information and to explain educational reforms and to discuss school models and interventions, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with the Teacher Education Journal, presents to you the first ever education TV talk show, The Edu Talk Show. The Edu Talk Show keeps you informed and updated on trends in the world of education.
The Ghanaian teacher is so versatile. Provide him the opportunity, train him, and that teacher will perform wonders.
Where are the women? They're doing very well academically, but they're not in the sciences and all of that. So technology is missing a lot more women that they could have had.
You need to tell the parents, at the moment, what you're getting is covering only an aspect of your child's education. And therefore, it's very difficult for you to make any decision with the limited information you have.
We still have more to do when it comes to safe school.
So join us as we speak to our guests on reforms taking place in Ghana's education sector. My name is Blessed Sogan, and I am your host.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the JoyNews Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
We've told their stories. It's now time to celebrate and honor their selflessness. It's a moment of recognition and giving these personalities the platform to expand their impact and promote development. They are the finalists of the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, who among our extraordinary 10 nominees will earn the envious title of the JoyNews Impact Maker of the Year: Isaac Ajaoto, Richard Oko, Ellen White or Jefferson Agbotro, Amadou Mohammed, Ilyas Ubaba, Isaka Anesi, Jajira Portia Kulu, or Joy Okra. There are also Father Moses Awenonja and John Akaribo. Make a date with us at 6 p.m. on the 23rd of June 2023, live on your most authoritative and credible news portal, the Joy News channel, for the live telecast and celebration of the Impact Makers of the Year. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities.
Hello there, good morning to you. Thank you so much for staying here on the AM show. I'm Bernice Abube-Dulansa. Well, today you've heard conversations had on narcotics, and we had that conversation with Sam George, MP for Ningo Prampram. It's now time to talk health, and today we're talking about sickle cell. And I am so excited because I've been joined by Charlotte Owusu. She's the founder and CEO for Sickle Cell Condition Advocates. And I would love for her to be sharing her story with us. And we've also got Kweku Kwating Yeboah, who is a sickle cell patient. And quite recently, there has been enough reason for us to encourage people, especially persons hoping to marry and have children, to check their sickling status. And today, you'd understand why it's important. Good morning to you, ma'am. Good morning to you, Kweku. How are you?
Right, thank you.
Great to have you here. So let me start with you. What inspired the founding of your organization?
I had my only 2 children with sickle cell condition. When I had the first one, I didn't know until I was pregnant with the second one, and the first one was getting sick almost every week. We were going to Kolebu, in and out of Kolebu. And so the people checked and they saw she had sickle cell. She was a female. And when I had the second one, as Kweku, he also had sickle cell. So I started as a teacher. I thought I should teach people. So when I even go to the clinic, I would tell them, I'll ask, I will have to know to be able to teach. So those who had children who were grown, I will ask them what we were doing, what we should do, doctors, nurses, everybody I met. I wanted to know more about sickle cell. And even traveled outside during summertime. Almost every summer I was in UK, sickle cell, and got affiliated to Sickle Cell Society of UK. So I got a lot of information. So when I came back home, and there was a time I was asked to make a presentation on sickle cell, a mother's view. Kolebu chose me that I should go and give that presentation. It was the first sickle cell conference in Ghana, international conference. So all people came from all over the world to listen to us. And I was chosen to give this presentation. And just 2 weeks before I went into, I'd give it the topic, and I started 2 months earlier. And I was preparing, and when in 2 weeks' time, when I was to go and the conference was to come on, that was in 1995. I lost my first daughter.
Oh no!
Just 2 weeks before the time, and they thought I couldn't do it. I say, I will do it. I have to tell the people it's a serious thing. We should look at it.
I am so sorry, because I was just going to ask where she is, because Kweku is here with us. I am so sorry. What exactly happened? Was it a crisis?
It's a normal crisis. You know, they have so many crises: pneumonia, infection, so many things come to them. We'll discuss. We can talk about that. She had pneumonia, and I went in. That time we were living in Tema. I'm always ready for them. At any time they say, I have this ache, I have this headache, I will rush them to Kolebu. I had a small car I was using, so I was quickly rush them to Kolebu. So I went the first day, they didn't see anything. They were as if it's temperature and pain and that kind of thing, the normal crisis. They didn't admit her. The second day, I said, no, it's still worrying her. And they gave us some more drugs, and then we had to go back home. No drips. I remember very well. They didn't give us drips, anything. And I went the third day, evening, about 4. She was not feeling fine. And I said, no, I can't sleep with this girl this night. So let me take her. At that time, it was 4 p.m. I took her to Kolebu. And, you know, the clinic is not open at 4. They close at 2:30, 3. So I went to the doctor's house.
Wow.
Yes, I walked.
You really fought for
Yes, I drove to the doctor. I knew, you know, I had developed a relationship with him. So I went to the house of the doctor. The doctor tried to see he saw he couldn't do anything about it. So together we all went we took her to the hospital, emergency in Kolebu. She was admitted. And we were there, you know, I had to sleep there. The doctor even brought me a blanket to be able to sleep on a bench in front of the emergency. So the night I couldn't sleep, but you know, sleep, by all means,
it will come.
At a certain time it will come. I went off maybe around 1, 2. By 4:35, they called me. At about 5. I heard the nurse call me. Where is Akosia's mother? Akosia's mother, please. And then I didn't know what they were going to tell. Akosia says she wants water. I say, oh, my daughter is alive. I quickly took water for her. And then then I realized she had been put on oxygen the whole night. So in the morning, they had taken the oxygen off her, and they asked that you can't be in the emergency all the time. So we had to go to the ward. I was with her for some time, about 9, 10. They said, no, you can't be here. You have to go and come back by 4.
To take her home?
Not to, by force to know what is happening, admission and treatment or whatever. So I left her. She told me, Mom, go and come. And I said, oh, I have to wash you down. I said, no, you go and come and wash me down. I want to rest a little. And I went, a friend took me to her place. And then when it was about 4:30, we were driving to the place. I always say that my people gave me support. My sister and the husband were driving behind. We don't know how they came in. And then we went to Kulibu. When we climbed out, I saw my daughter's bed not there. And I know the condition there. I've been in the emergency room when they were babies, you know. If the bed is off, it means there's something. And I had left, you know, when I was going, I left her. I told the girl sleeping next, a young lady, a girl not even up to 15, about 10, 12, say, oh, please watch her for me.
How old was Akosia at this time?
Akosia was 17. So I said, watch her for me. I'll be back at 4. They say I can't be here, so I'll go home and come back. When the bed was not there, I said, where is she? She said, she just turned her hands this way. Then I knew, I understood. I started screaming, and they took me to one of the, and my friend was saying, no, don't worry, baby, they've taken her to a place to give her the oxygen again. I was ready. Help me. How can I take this? And suddenly, I heard my friend screaming too. I said, wow, she's gone.
She's gone. So you just heard Akosia's story, and that's what inspired the creation of this advocacy group towards creating awareness on sickle cell. You may hear Akosia's story and not appreciate it if you are someone who's not been close to that situation before. But Kweku is here. How old was Kweku at the time?
He was 16, getting to 17. Okay. No, they are close, 16, about 17.
Yeah, you were 1 year, so that was your only sister.
Yes.
What was it like for you knowing that you also have sickle cell?
Oh, sickle cell, I found out sickle cell was a big deal when I was about 7. Okay. My folks were arguing, and I was like, what is it? My dad was like, he can't do the relationship anymore. He can't do the relationship anymore. So I was like, why you can't do the relationship? What does it mean? After some time, my mom moved out of the house.
So this caused a separation?
Yes.
Because, you see, and sorry to interject, I'll come back to you quickly, because you need to understand how enormous the work is. It's such, it's a lot of hard work taking care of children with sickle cell. So your parents separated because of that, and that's what for you made you realize that no, my condition is serious.
Oh, the pain will let you know the condition is serious. Yeah. The pain would alert you that there's something wrong with you. When I was small, my hands used to swell. Now it would hurt all day. When they're playing, you can't play. You know you are different, so you walk around and you're not sure what is happening. Now, when they separated because of the disease, I was like, hey, this thing is a big deal. Like, Daddy, why can't you just forget about it? And then you grow up to find out that, go through what you have gone through. You have kids now, God bless my wife. And then they get sick and you are like, this man neglected me because of these sicknesses. Me, myself, I was very hurt about how he neglected me. But your child gets sick once, your child gets sick twice, your child gets the third time. I'm like, well, this is going on for a very long time. And I see my life, it has gone on all my life. And I have kids, they get sick a bit, and I'm like, no, if they were getting sick like the way I am getting sick, I'll leave the girl. Yeah. Me, myself, I'll leave the girl.
You won't be able to handle it.
You won't be able to handle it. But when you are coming together, you are in love. When you are coming together as man and wife, you are in love. But you should care about what happens to the individuals you are going to come
bring into this world, the individuals that you are going to, your offspring, one should say.
Yeah.
You should care what happens to them,
Yeah.
your kids. Most of the times, the guys will chicken out. I think my dad chickened out because
What's your relationship with him now?
He's gone.
Oh, sorry about that.
But I found out after he's gone that no, I made a mistake. Because I was bored with the man.
You were angry.
I was angry at
that he left you.
Yes.
Okay. You were 16 when your sister passed away. Was there any point in your life after that you also thought you were going to leave?
Oh, it was at 7. It was in the argument. So you heard him saying that Uncle Awe with the 16, 17.
Okay.
So when you hear those arguments and all your life, you know you are going to die at 16, 17, max 18. And 17, your sister is left. And now you're waiting. You're waiting to go.
Did that make you lose your drive to live? The knowledge that I could die at any time, or it rather spurred you on and rather motivated you to do something with your life?
Oh, you see, when you are young and you are still in school, there's really nothing you want to do. But when you finish school, when you pass 16, you pass 17, you pass 18, now you are done with uni, and you're like, you're still here. You got to do something. Charlie, you can't. But when you are doing uni, now you have to make the decision. Now my body is hurting, so I can't really work for somebody. This your space. Everybody will say the air conditioning should be on. I'll say, Charlie, let's switch it off.
Because it will affect you.
Because it is affecting you. And so you know that you can't work in the corporate setting.
The setting is not made with you in mind.
Yes. No. And so you decide, oh, what can I do? What can I do? At a point, my dad was like, oh, I should find some school and finish the uni. And I'm like, okay, I'll go and do Polytechnic. I'll go and do fashion design, textile.
Did you leave university at any point?
No, I did. I finished the SHS, and then I didn't really want to go to uni anymore. My dad was like, I should do uni. And so I was like, okay, then I'll do the Polytechnic. And so I go into the Polytechnic. Even to go into the Polytechnic, my mom is worried. I couldn't do boarding school.
Yeah.
So I did day in Chemu. I'm done with day school, SHS. I need to make the decision to
move out of the house. So because mommy was very protective of you because
she's lost one. You know it happened. They told you are gonna go, and you yourself, you know you might go. And so you are like, jolly, whatever can happen should happen.
Permit me to ask, if you don't mind sharing, how old you are now, and what you think is what, has kept you? Because like you say, and it's something you hear on the streets, right? People say, oh, sickle cell, they don't go beyond a certain age. Or my child, they are 20, 25. But you're here.
Yes.
I'm sure there are people who are watching who may have a child with a condition, or they have the condition themselves, and they are thinking to themselves, did you do anything? Did you do anything different? Is there something that we can also learn from you in order to, manage the situation?
Okay, early in life, I noticed that you can use your brain for everything. Your brain, if you tell your brain that you're going to go, you will go. You will die, literally. So you have to just psych yourself that I'll be here.
So it's a thing of faith and mental fortitude.
Yes, you decide you are going to be here. I didn't know it will come, but we won't go. We won't go. We'll be here for a very long time. So you go into Polytechnic, first time in a boarding setting, you notice, hey, this thing will be difficult too. And then you have to manage everything, where you are lying down, how your roommates are doing the room, what is happening, who are their friends, who are your friends, who is coming to the room at what time. Everything has to be managed. When you are learning, you can't learn in the evening. You just learn when you have to learn. And then people will be like, this guy, he's making noise. You go down right now. I'm like, well, we are here. We'll see who will go down. And so you try, but it will take you down over and over and over again. But you have to decide that you'll come back.
When was the last time you had a crisis?
Now, I'm having one. I'm having one now.
Okay, what are those?
Okay, yesterday we did the program outside. It was raining, and then I was in the rain for a bit, so my knees and my legs, they are hurting right now. My left hand too is aching, and so you have to just decide that, there's pain in your body, but we are doing this.
So what do you do to manage the symptoms?
Oh, you just, you keep moving, you forget about it, you pay attention to what you're doing right now. You talk to the...
It's not something that you can take medication for.
Oh, you can get addicted if you decide to do painkillers.
Because it's something that happens often.
Yes, and so you decide, oh, I want a painkiller, it will knock it off. But it will knock it off for some time, and then it will come back.
So for you, life is constant pain. Wow.
Every day, not some of the times. Every day. When you tell people, they are like, oh, he's so exaggerating. It's fine. It's in my body. It's fine. Since I was a child, I've been asking that God put it on my fingertips so that I'll touch you and it will come.
So that people can feel what you're feeling. Interesting. But what do you do now, and how does it affect your job?
Okay, so I finished the Polytechnic. I did events. Actually, there was one semester of events management in fashion design and textile studies in Kumasi Polytechnic. So I started doing events. Now I run the Ghana Higher Education Fair. I've created a platform where the higher education institutions meet senior high schools. So I show them to the senior high schools. I think that we have a short period of time we will live in this world. So we really need to be impactful. I think the most time we waste is between senior high school to uni. And so I hope that our kids will make the decisions very quickly and enter higher education and start their work life. Do something for this country that we love. And so I've been doing that for the past 16 years. It's very difficult to put it back together, but I think we've done a lot over the years. We've done a lot over the years. So I do Ghana Education Fair, and then I make a bit, and then I sponsor my mom doing this, and then I follow her around. It's been difficult this year because it hasn't been difficult. It's been successful this year because multimedia has smiled. Multimedia has been so gracious to us. We have been helped greatly, telling people that this is a problem. Let us fix it. It's just about everybody knowing. Tell your child, tell your friend, tell everybody to know their sickle cell status. If it's not in you, you are AA, you are fine. But there's 23% of people who are AS. They come together, and the S from the father, the S from the mother goes into the child. And then the child will suffer till. Yeah.
And you made a statement about when you're in love, how you usually lose your senses because you're madly in love. But when you start doing the hospital trips, and unfortunately for Charlotte, when your husband leaves and you have to now handle the burden alone, that's when you realize that, okay, it wasn't love after all. So this morning we are preaching. All you just need to do is walk into a health facility, right, and ask that you're coming to check your sickling status. Yes. They will help you. They'll give you advice. They'll counsel you as well. I know now churches are doing well, especially for people who want to marry. Their churches insist that you know your sickling status. They won't stop you from marrying, though. They would advise and caution you. So, Kweku, what was it for you looking for love? The first thing is, please, AA or not, before I go deeper into this. I don't want my heart to be committed, and then, what was it like for you looking for love?
Oh, it's difficult. I mean, if you have the information about somebody who is sickle celled, you meet your daughter brings somebody into the house and he's like, oh, or SSO. The dad is like, no, I don't want this. I don't want this in my family.
There's a lot of stigma.
Yes. And so family after family, they won't let me in.
You had that encounter?
Encounters.
Oh, Lord.
I'm sorry, but it's difficult. Very difficult. And people will say that, oh, they are stronger than you, but somehow we are sharp. We are very brilliant. We like, literally, we are very, very clever.
Nature has a way of compensating. You get it? It's interesting. There's a lady I know who has a hearing problem. I mean, you're literally in her face. She can't hear you, but she can smell food burning before it gets burnt. I don't know if you get what I mean.
That's great.
Her sense of smell compensates for the loss of her hearing. So I get what you mean about people. But how did you succeed at love? Because you said you have children.
Yes.
You sent some shout outs to your wife.
Okay, so to my wife, Loretta, thank you very much. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me and with me. I met her, I saw her and I was like, nah, this is a nice girl. I want this girl. So I waited for 7 years. Yes, just observing her, hoping.
7 years. Oh, wow.
Hoping that I can pop the question. And then she okays my decision.
Her family was accepting?
Yes.
And she's AA?
Yes.
Would you have been disappointed if she was otherwise?
Ooh.
If she was AS?
Yes, I would have been disappointed.
And you wouldn't have gone in at all?
I didn't commit. I didn't even go the love direction I want to. No. I just go like, Charlie, I'm sickle cell. Have you tested your status? He said, yeah, I know I'm AA. I'm like, sweet.
Smart guy.
So now let's start this.
Okay.
And then you go step by step until she says yes.
Right.
Yeah, but it has to be planned out. It has to be orchestrated.
Right. It's important. So let me wrap up with you. What has it been like for you working, trying to get people to understand? And you know, the statistics you shared, very important. This can be eradicated. Thankfully, it's scientific. So if we decide that we aren't going to marry AS, which will create that probability of having an SS, eventually we would realize that we're having healthier children without sickles. So it's a thing of maths, it's a thing of science. And so I'd like for you to share with me the work you've been doing in your advocacy. What gives you joy as you do this work?
Yes, for all the time we've been in this job, you know, our first thing was to make sure that those who were sick, those who had a sickle cell condition, mothers who had them and they didn't know what to do, we helped them.
Great.
So we came together as a team in Tema, trying to bring all the mothers or parents together, and then we call doctors, call dietitians, and you know, we try to empower them to be able to take them, giving them the hope that these children can live. There's nowhere in the Bible they've said one would die before age 70. So you just depend also on God and do your part as a mother, giving him, caring for him or her the way it should go. And then, you know, making sure whenever he's in crisis, we don't go on the counter to buy medicine. Take him to the health facility.
Right.
And then you get it. After that, after getting a lot of people together in Tema, we decided to go into fortunately, we were blessed to have a doctor in town, Dr. Kaiko, in town, Kaiko Clinic Hospital. And he allowed us in to have a place where we meet. And then finally, he gave us a place to run a clinic. He himself asked a friend, the late Professor Ankrabedu, and may his soul rest in peace. He came every week to see our people.
Oh, wow.
Yes, in Kharkiv, free, not charging us anything. Dr. Kharkiv Hospital too, Dr. Kharkiv didn't charge us anything. We were there. And we realized there was some who couldn't come to the private hospitals. So we went to General Hospital and had a meeting with the management, the director and his team, her team. She was a lady, Charity. And then they agreed that we have a clinic there. So we were to set up a clinic there. One of the first, when you entered General Hospital, the first consulting.
Tema General Hospital.
Yes, Tema General Hospital. The first door, the clinic in the left, or the first consulting was given to us. Then we had to train doctors. Can we do it? We asked Kolebu, the experts, to come to Tema. We wrote to the hospitals, both public and private, asking the doctors that we're going to have a program on sickle cell, so that they we were saying they should just come and share ideas, and then they were there, the experts. One in a child, Ghanaian, one from dermatology. No, there's all the people who would matter. Yes, the adults. We have people, doctors who are okay. Looking, experts in looking after the adults, children, like and then we have the children's one, and then we had Dr. Kaiko and others who came. We had about 5 doctors, and they came and did a very good program for them one afternoon. After that, they realized, they need to always go ahead to do something. And then those in town, those in the general hospital took care of the clinic, and I have to thank God that the clinic has saved a lot of lives.
And it's been running till now.
Now. And the doctors there confess, and that is where we refer our clients to. Most of the time, we are in this part of it. So if even some callers from Accra say, if you can come there, we know, we are so sure of the people, expert care there. And they've done a lot for it. We are very grateful.
I am so happy you channeled your pain into something that benefits a lot of people. And I'm sure there's somebody who's thinking, how do I contact you? If there are people who are willing to even support your work, people who are even willing to partner, how do they contact your group, and what numbers are there to call?
Yes.
Okay, should I take it?
Yeah, quickly, yeah.
You can call us on 024 666 0012 or 0244 655 331.
Can you go over it again?
Okay, let me go over it. 024 666 0012 or 0244 655 331.
Okay.
We want to come together as the Sickle Cell Group. There are several small people doing everything around. So we want to come together as a group. Recently, after the death of Hene Frimpong, there was an approval for sickle cell to be put on the health insurance. However, most of the drugs, even though it's on health insurance, they're not...
And sorry, who is on Hene Frimpong?
Sorry. It's Professor Hene Frimpong.
Okay.
He's a hematologist specialist from the US.
He's the one mom referenced?
No.
Okay, that's a different one.
This is a different one. But he was in Philadelphia. He brought the testing for newborn screening. He brought the idea to test newborn screening so that the sickle cell people do not die at an early age.
Because we don't know.
We don't know. And so if you test and you do antibiotics, it's likely we can manage the situation. I think it's by his work that has made most of the sickle cell people now grow up to a certain age. We're grateful for God for giving us his life. Now, after his death, God called him. At his funeral, the vice president promised that he'll put us on health insurance because basically we go in and out of the hospital a whole lot of times.
It's very often.
Yes, but some of the drugs as well are not supplied by the health insurance system. So we need to come together as a group and see how we can help ourselves, how we can come together. So we are hoping that the other groups should contact us. Let us all sit down and then let's push an agenda so that we reduce the numbers. Our aim is to reduce the numbers. People shouldn't come together. That's why we are focused on premarital counseling.
It's
so that,
important.
so that everybody knows their status and then they don't give it to their children. And then when you give it to your children, it will burn a hole in your pocket. And so we are telling people that for self-preservation, they should just know their status before they fall in love.
Okay. And it will also drain you emotionally. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but we've run out of time. And I'm grateful to you for joining me to share your story. Yes. And please do contact Kweku Kwatingeboy in Charlotte. So Charlotte is founder and CEO of the Sickle Cell Condition Awareness. And this was after she lost her own daughter to the condition. And that's why she's pushing so hard for you to check your sickling status before you get married is important. And Kweku Kwatingyabwa, his son, is a sickle cell patient who's been sharing his story with us, a story of survival, a story of perseverance. He says it's all up here. He's fighting it in his head, but he doesn't want your child to go through what he's going through. He's actually in a crisis now, but he's enduring it. So please, let's pay attention. If you missed any part of the conversation, please, you can get onto YouTube. Important information we've been sharing. But that'll be all for this edition of the AM show. I'm so grateful that you made time to join us this morning. Benjamin and I will be back again tomorrow with another exciting edition. Up next is News Desk.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Joy News Desk. Coming up this morning, Peace Town, a suburb of English Amanfrom in the South municipality of the Greater Accra region, cut off by the torrential rain which hit Accra yesterday. Also this morning, amidst the relentless downpour of the rainy season, a cloud of apprehension hangs heavy over residents residing near the banks of the Odo River. We'll share with you stories of people who experience anguish every time. We are scared. We have nowhere to go.
We can't do anything about it when it rains. It's scary.
I've packed most of the clothes on a special shelf far from the reach of the water.
If you so very happy for the Ghana now.
They come and do development.
If you so very happy, the people way the development they go for the NDC.
Where?
Oh, I go do. But if somebody die or MP die now, you go see say every night they do the.
This morning, pensioners are at the Finance Ministry picketing on unpaid coupons and principals. Let's settle down for the details. Peacetown, a suburb of English Amanfrom in the South municipality of the Greater Accra region, has been cut off by the torrential rain which hit Accra yesterday. Residents, including junior high students currently writing the exams, are crossing dangerous roads. Some of the residents are calling on NADMO to bring a canoe to help them cross to dry lands.
You said when your MP dies, you get development.
If you saw where they happy for Ghana now.
Are you sure?
If you saw where they happy. Look, yesterday when I come here, the children go carry the thing. What did they happen?
But some MPs are doing development. So MPs are doing development.
Look, that's what they happen now. If somebody die before you go see say MP go come.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
He said the two children's wait died here. The school children. Then close. He died. For this thing, the former MP come. Oh, I go. You don't worry. I go see you. I can't do. But after now.
No,
you know, MP don't come here again.
You said when MP dies,
but if you saw what they happen for the Ghana now,
they come and do development.
If you saw what they happen, the people way the development they go for the NDC.
Where?
Oh, I go do. But if somebody die or MP die now, you go see say every night they do the job.
This situation here has been there for a while, so many years now. We needed the government to come in and intervene and help us to do this situation. In fact, government comes and goes. The MPs and the assemblymen, all of them comes and goes. We don't have any, they don't have any help to help us here. So what we are pleading to the government now is the government should come in and help us in our situation here.
This has been a perennial issue, and the government is not forthcoming. We have a plan of this area. The hydro department of the Ministry of West and Housing, a complete solution to this problem is on the table at the hydro department. And that is what can solve our problem here. If they are not able, what we are told is that government has not provided funding or budget for it since about 10 years ago when we visited the MP at the time. And then we went to the hydro department. And we were showed all the plans, the blueprint of solving this situation. But they are telling us that there is no budget for it.
My colleague David Andor was in that community. He's joined us now. David, you were in that community. How serious is the problem and how are the residents coping?
Yeah, the situation is very disturbing. Where I am is, that is where River J enters the Wigan Lake. And this situation has been here for many years. And every raining season, this place becomes flooded. And today's one is a very serious one. This one, when I came, you could see hundreds were stranded. They were, some of them, the big ones, managed to cross the flood, which was at waist level. The most dangerous part is you could see senior high students who were also crossing to go write their exams. Nothing could stop them from crossing the river. And apart from that, you could see houses are submerged, and the traders are also here stranded. They can't cross over to that place. And people were asking, where is National Disaster Management Organization? And the time I came here, they were not here. Few minutes ago, officers from Ghanaian Minister Assembly, they came here from NADMO, but they don't have anything that could help the residents. So some of them, they are not happy that NADMO is finally here, but they came without any solution to the problem. So as I'm talking, people are crossing dangerously, and it's like the rain has not stopped. I mean, the weather has changed here, and the situation is becoming serious. In case the NADMO delays, nobody knows what will happen. So if you come to a peace town, which is the suburb of English Amanfum, it is totally cut off. As I talk now, I have the assemblyman for the area, Honorable Pertus Ahmed Mukwasi. So you can talk to him. Hello.
Yes, Honorable. So what exactly are you doing about this situation?
Oh, like your reporter said, it is something that we've been doing. So, what we do is we defilt the stream. If this stream had been defilted, like we don't have seen this place flooded. Because for the past 3 years, we haven't seen flooding here. But before the leader too, we were having it every year. And that community, Peacetown community, is mostly cut off when this place gets flooded. But this year, the assembly, we've done everything, but we have not been able to do the disputing and the dredging. That is why we are seeing this flooding here.
Why haven't you been able to do the desilting and the dredging?
Honestly, I stood on assembly floor and raised the issue. The road engineer responded that they are waiting for some funds from central government and then urban roads, regional urban roads, to come and do the desilting and then dredging. And funds have not come yet, and that is why we are seeing this. But I'm here with NADMO. We have to come here for them to assess the situation and then report so that the necessary solution will be given to the residents.
As the assemblyman of the area, did you have to wait for this situation to happen?
And that is why since January, I am pursuing the filtering and the dredging. But the funds is not coming from me. If I have to look for funds, I'll find a way. But I have to report to the assembly. The assembly will also request from the urban roads to provide the machine for the defiltering and dredging. So I did my part by reporting to the assembly, raising it on the floor, in the assembly floor, raising it. So I have not sat down for this thing to happen. I have done what I'm supposed to do.
So have you been to the area this morning?
I'm there. That's where I am now, and I'm sticking with you.
Okay, what do you intend to do now? I mean, looking at the distractions so far, even school children, I believe, have not been able to go to school this morning.
Yes, the water is rescinding, so we have to wait for it to rescind. And then we look at the road, either we re-gravel it and then find a way of making the road accessible.
How about the distraction, the property destroyed and all of that? How are you going to handle that?
The NADMO is accessing it, so they will get the actual value.
So from what you're saying, you actually know the genesis of the problem. You know how to solve this problem. Now, I mean, you didn't do it, and we're seeing this. We are actually entering into the rainy season proper. That means we'll have more of this. How are you going to handle this?
The solution is the dredging. And the dredging delayed because of lack of funds. That is why the dredging delayed. And so we are waiting for funds. You know, the whole of this year, especially no money in the economy and all those things. So we are waiting. If I'm sitting on a large platform, and I know if you also unfold it, the authorities will get to here, and they will release the funds for the dredging. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Kwashi.
Yes. You see, the problem, he is saying it's dredging, yes, but the residents also told me that the place needs a bigger storm bridge that will contain the volume of water which passes here. So the place is too wide, so they did one bridge, but the other part which has flooded now, the residents are saying that need a storm bridge that can contain the volume of water that passes here. The place is what we call River J. So when the rain falls, all the water coming from Bodras and other areas, they pass through here and enter the lake. So the place is not just the dredge. They need a storm bridge according to the residents. So as I'm talking, people are still passing through dangerously to the other side. So we are hoping that National Disaster Management Organizations will come, here and then help the people cross the river to the other side.
That's my colleague David Andor there. Earlier you heard Mr. Kwashi, who is the assemblyman for the area. He's complaining about funds, reason why they haven't been able to desilt the drains and why they're having this. But David Andor paints a bigger picture of needing, there's more to the problem, he says, and NADMO has to assess it so we can fix it. I've been joined also by Deputy Director of the Forecasting at the Ghana Meteorological Agency, Tete Potofi. Mr. Potofi, I'm grateful for your time. Yesterday's rain were heavy. What are your rain gauges showing? Hello, Mr. Potofi? Right, we lost Mr. Potofi there. He's with the Ghana Meteo Agency. He'll be telling us if we're going to be having more of this and how we can save the situation if we live in areas that are prone to flood. Now, amidst the relentless downpour of the rainy season, a cloud of apprehension hangs heavy over the residents residing near the banks of the Odo River. In our latest episode of Floods of Trauma, we visit 5 different individuals who have separate stories. Like a recurring nightmare, the fear of the rainy season grips their heart as they bear witness to the rising waters that threaten to consume their homes and belongings. My colleague Michael Ashali has more.
My name is Tete Hiford.
Ramotu Musa.
Kofi Keke. I'm a Ghanaian.
I'm Daniel Asiedu.
In a tale woven by the relentless rain, 5 individuals find themselves united across desperate locations, bound together by a shared harrowing ordeal. Living close to the Odo River that flows through Accra, they stand as witnesses to the havoc wreaked upon their homes and cherry shops caught in the unforgiving grip of flooding waters.
Sometimes, it's me bad baby saying,
Meet Unisa. She works as a beautician at a salon near the Sickle interchange. She struggled to fund her business, but everything she worked for was lost in the rain. She recalls that one day, it rained so hard that she bolted with her colleagues and left her shop at the mercy of the floodwater.
The floodwater sometimes reaches my waist, and when that happens, we abandon.
It was not an easy decision. They got to live and later picked up pieces of their lives.
The last time it rained, we had already closed the shop. When we returned the next day, our appliances were soaked in water. We are scared, but we have nowhere to go. The only option is to endure.
I was new here when I first experienced the flood.
Justina Adam is a seamstress. She moved into the neighborhood not long ago. Her first flood experience is now an indelible memory.
I didn't know it was this bad. I was home when I heard the whole place had flooded, and when I got here, most of my things were destroyed.
Now, she packs the cloth high up on the special shelf in her shop to avoid a repeat of history.
I had to dispose of them out of fear, and now pack the items high up on those shelves, and the rest I take home.
The perennial flood plague promises to hit again. And their savior, the Odo Drain, which houses mainly the Odo River, is already half full with silt.
Occasionally, the angry floodwaters rage and carry away all sorts of items and sometimes vehicles, especially that of drivers parked close to the drain at the Odona transport yard.
The rain is getting full. We just park all our car. Just remove all our car from here. See the level where the river is. They will just move the car. Then the station master will come and tell us that everybody should remove his car from here.
Every year, the Odona River overflows its banks. And that is even for areas that have a properly constructed drain with concrete. At Agbobloshi, like where we are currently, that is not the case, making it much more easier for the river to overflow its banks into neighboring structures.
Ramatu Musa, a vendor of spices, operates her business just a stone throw away from the drain.
The
water level can even reach my breast, and when that happens, we have to fetch our items from the surface of the water. I have been through it before. It even left me in debt last year. I live at Kaswa, so I was informed the place had flooded, but by the time I got here, it was too late.
Now, she's neck deep in debt, hoping to dig herself out one day.
It destroyed my items. My bisab leaves got wet, and that is about 3,800 Ghana cedis. I have been able to pay 3,000 Ghana cedis.
Many more people have lost fortunes to the annual floods.
We are still in Adabraka, a community very close to the Odona River. And this household right here has a peculiar relationship with floods. This wall that I sit on is arguably the only surviving one, because the others have all given way to the force of the floods. They have all tumbled down. And the residents share their story, at least the few remaining ones. In Adabraka, we met two brothers, Kofi Keke and Daniel Asiedu. Their house now floods after every heavy downpour. More recently, the force of the water collapsed their walls.
Last year, the flood came, and it came around 2:25 p.m. or a.m. Yeah, but I heard boom at once, and I realized, what is happening? I think it's the tender, but I came from my room, and I see there's plenty water around here. It come and reach my ear, but I can't come out. By the moment I'm trying to come outside, and I see my wall has fell down at once. Boom! This is the wall. You can see the wall. This is the wall.
Their tenants have now taken the hard decision to vacate their rooms just before the rainy season.
If you look around here, no one is staying here. No one is staying here. No one. Everybody has gone. Everybody has gone. Now it left me, only me here now.
Okay. Ghana typically sees a significant increase in rainfall volumes during June, with average precipitation ranging from 200 mm to 250 mm. This makes June the wettest month in Ghana. And every one of these individuals are traumatized and experience heart palpitations when May gives way to June.
Yes, buy any baby.
We are scared. We have nowhere to go.
But right now we can't repair it because we are fear. We fear the rain. You understand?
We can't do anything about it when it rains. It's scary.
I've packed most of the clothes on a special shelf far from the reach of the water.
For some of them, no matter how much they have tried to solve the problem, it hasn't yielded much, and it appears their local authorities have given up on them.
Later air conditioning, they are eating our taxes money. It doesn't make sense.
Still, we have to play the government to come and help us more because of the gutters.
They are appealing to the government to extend the length of the walls of the drains and help us desilt them.
This time, they want action before the rains set in, so that at least for once, they can sleep knowing that the rains will not disturb them. They are calling on their members of parliament, their MCs, and government in itself to come to their aid so that they can win this fight. For JoyNews, Michael Ashale.
That's a Portofie of the Metro Agency is back on the line. I was asking what your rain gauges is showing because yesterday's rains were heavy and we've seen the destruction it's caused.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, yesterday's rain was very badly scattered. And we are now getting a record. For this area, we have 22.1 million liters of rain, which started from 11:15 to 7:45 p.m. So the lifespan was long. It wasn't heavy rain. But we are now gathering the reports from Wija, from and that will come in by roughly by 10:30, 10:45. We can see that yesterday's rain covers a wider area of the country. And what we saw also, because we have rains over Asamankesi, Nuhum, Oda, and when it happens like that, they all run, some of them run through, especially the Odo into the sea. So when we are also getting the rain in Accra, and it's also raining uphill, it's really a little barren. And we have those challenges that we had yesterday.
So are we going to have more of the rains?
Yes, we are in the peak of the rainy season. So definitely we'll have one or two before we'll get out of the hood. We'll get out of this stage roughly second week in July.
What's the caution and how heavy is it going to be?
Yes, the reality is that yesterday the rain was not accompanied by winds and strong winds and a thunderstorm. That means the rain to sit on us for a very longer period. But as one of the
the young man in Advocacy said, yes, we know where we stay and we know where we live. We know the condition of those areas. So we'll play that, yes, if it is a flat front area, then you just move up. When the rain subsides, then you come back. That's the best thing. And then we also advise that people should not be commuting wherever they suspect there will be flood there. We should find an alternative route. And when we are driving home, we know our environment. We should be very cautious. If you think the kind of rain that is coming will flood my area, seek refuge somewhere, and then when it's down, then you can pass on it. And this is the time also that we should be very careful of cholera, dysentery, and those properties that worry most of us. We should be very environmentally hygienic, and it will be well for all of us.
Mr. Potofri, I'm grateful for your time. He's a Deputy Director for Forecasting at the Meteo Agency. Let's do other stories. This morning, pensioners at the Finance Ministry picketing unpaid coupons and principals. My colleague James Aveji joins us live from the Finance Ministry. James, what has compelled the pensioners to the Finance Ministry this morning?
Was some 2 weeks ago, and the pensioner bondholders had that meeting with the Deputy Finance Minister Abina Sari on some proposals that the ministry is giving to them. Now, at that meeting, government proposes to buy them out of the bond market from this month to the end of the year, from June to December 2023. That was the proposal. And so they are saying that they would consider that if the ministry writes to them. But the most important issue, the last time we were here, was that they were demanding interest payment on all their accrued principals from February till May. And so the agreement, the verbal agreement they reached with the Finance Ministry is that they would write an official letter to the Finance Ministry demanding this interest payment, and then the Finance Ministry writes back to them telling them government position not ready to pay the interest. And then they would officially take the matter to the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice to seek some interpretation on that, on whether they are right demanding the payment of this interest on this. But at the last time, they were owed about some 8 coupons as well as 4 principals. Let's find out if they have been paid that and what has brought them back. Dr. Edouard Nani Encho is here to give us the latest on this. Doc, the last time, remind us, how many coupons and principals were you owed the last time you came here?
I think the last we had 5 coupons and the 4 principals when we last came for the picketing. And when we were called into a meeting with the ministry, they promised, the first day, they promised that they were going to start paying the coupons immediately. And they were going to pay the
principals in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. We should give them 2 weeks. And then again, we were demanding interest on the delayed principals.
The notice, I'll come back to the principals, but the notice we saw about today's picketing is that they owe you six coupons.
And so we wanted the interest on the delayed principals. And then they pleaded that the government couldn't do that. They would say, we're just few. So let us meet with the whole team and consider the pleading. So we fixed another time for the meeting. So that was a second meeting. The time we had a second meeting, that was a Thursday. The Thursday, we were here and we went to the second meeting. At that time, we hadn't received any payment of any of the coupons. So we raised issue there. And the Deputy Minister said Bank of Ghana had assured the ministry that they have sent monies to the banks. for the payment. They will say, well, if we see payment, we would not pick it. But if we don't see the payment, then we'll come back. So after we have finished the meeting at 10, we came here, continued the picketing. We didn't receive any alerts. So we left. The next, in the evening of that same Thursday, the alert started coming in. So we said, if the alert has started coming in, then we wouldn't pick it.
Alert for the coupons?
For the coupons. We wouldn't pick it. And so let the government do the payment. And then for the principal, that time it hasn't started. But because we have accepted from government to give them 2 weeks to pay, we say, well, let us give them that 2 weeks. And at that meeting, the second meeting, that was where the government said they have instructed the accountant general that the department must prioritize the payment of our coupons. And that means as soon as the coupons are due, it must be paid. After they had started paying up to the May, at that time, there was still the 5th June one outstanding. And so if you assure us that you have instructed the controller to prioritize, then we believe immediately they were going to even pay the 5th one, which was outstanding. We didn't see any payment on the 5th. The next was on the 12th. No coupon was due on the 12th. And yet still, we didn't hear anything about the payment.
You have the convener for the Pensions Bondholders Forum, and he's speaking with James Aveji, complaining that government has not paid their coupon. That's why they're back at the Finance Ministry. We'll go back to that ministry and get more from the pensioner bondholders. Now, former Power Minister Dr. Kwabena Donkor is asking government to retrofit simple cycle thermal power plants into combined cycle ones. That is crippling the country's power sector, with the IPPs threatening to shut down their plants if the government does not pay their $1.5 billion dollars. Speaking to JoyNews, the Pro East MP argued conversion of existing simple cycle plants into combined cycles will increase availability capacity at a lower cost to enable the country export power through the West African power pool. Dr. Donkor has therefore admonished government to cease lamentations over excess capacity charges, lead the way through policy in ensuring export of power.
This discussion to efficiency. There is the market in Burkina Faso. There is increased demand from Mali and Niger. We are unable to meet the demands there, partly because the belief is that our power is slightly more expensive than from other places. But for some of them, they are potentially a captive market. If we drive efficiency, the world will be our oyster. Let's move the discussion from the pedestrian and let's go to the thorough. Let's look at thorough arguments, thorough discussions. Let's look at progressive improvements in efficiency. How many simple cycle plants do we have? Cal Power is also a simple cycle plant. We should be providing the incentive and moving towards combined cycle plants. AXA. So that is, from the generation side, that is where I want the Ministry of Energy, Energy Commission, and all the other stakeholders. That should be our thrust, moving towards generation efficiency.
Away from energy, Ministry of Education says government is on course in completing the use and using E-block senior high schools. Only 60 of the 200 schools have so far been completed and operationalized. Minister of Education, Dr. Duchum, has teamed up with community of Apeja in Ashanti region to operationalize one of the schools. Nana Ojima visited the school, which is in its academic term. Let's file this report.
Senior high school project, which commenced in 2014, was to enhance access to secondary education in the country. Contracts were awarded for 124 of them. Following the takeover of power by the new Patriotic Party, many of the schools remained uncompleted, with a few completed ones yet to be put to use. Education Minister Dr. Duchum explains there was a policy shift for some of the schools in hard-to-reach areas to operate as boarding schools.
In many other schools, we are going on same tangent where if there will not be enough students for the school to operate effectively as a day school, then the only way out will be to add a dormitory and then open the school as a full-fledged high school instead of a community day school.
The Apeja Senior High School in Adanse South District is about 90% complete. Though the school block is painted, classrooms are yet to be furnished, but some equipment are installed in the laboratory. Following the heightened concerns of many in the community, steps were taken to operationalize the school. With the completion of a boarding facility, efforts were made for students to be admitted into the school. Public Relations Officer for Adanse South Education Directorate, James Kusiduku, says students who have been out of senior high school since 2019 were given opportunity to be in the school.
Those who completed before 2022, that students who completed 2021, 2020, 2019. That is our area. So students who had schools in other schools but didn't go, we took them. And also students who were placed in other schools by due to one or two reasons, they couldn't go. That's 2022 students, they also came. And those who were not placed at all. So we have three areas. The re-entry, that is those who completed before 2022, those who completed in 2022 but were placed in other schools, they were transferred. They came to see for transfer to our school. And students who were in the house, who have not gone to any school at all, who completed in 2022, were also admitted. So these are the three categories of students we have here.
Presently, the school runs 3 courses, namely General Arts, Home Economics, and Visual Arts. 168 students are presently enrolled, all of them being boarders. The Education Minister reviews steps are being taken to complete the school to ramp up enrollment.
We committed as the Minister for Education to Apeja. Wherever it's not there, we'll be there. But we have to begin, and we have begun. And therefore, we'll get to the intended destination. My goal is to make sure that the young men and women who go to that school could become medical doctors, could become engineers. So it means they will get their science lab and get all the full complement of items and gadgets that they need to have so that they will not be disadvantaged because they went to Apeja instead of, let's say, Opokuwari or St. Louis. And that is my goal. And that is what we're going to make Apeja become. I believe that the community will benefit tremendously from the existence of that school.
For JoyNews, Nana Ojima reporting.
We're still live on JoyNews Desk. We're coming to you from our studios in Kokomlemle on DTT because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 125. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll bring you more from business.
Emma, what are you
you're watching, football is over. So I bumped into our boy Jimmy yesterday,
and he tells me that he went over to Kenny's place. So he goes, "What's this?" Kenny goes, "Only the best sports money can buy." Now he got the scoop from Isaac, who says WWE is the business. And his girlfriend Amari, she can't stop saying that ESPN is so lit. But she got the juice from her friend Sandra. So I had to stay connected, because sports lives on GoTV.
Big Chef is back. A new edition with a new twist, new recipes, a new style, new delicious plates, and new critics. This is Big Chef Tertiary. It's a battle of Ghana's tertiary schools with the best chefs with the sharpest knife. Make a date Sunday, 25th of June, 2023 at 5 p.m. as we outdoor the schools representing your region at the launch of the maiden edition of Big Chef Tertiary.
Even the builders of his house and sellers of his cars give him a percentage for every contract he brings. My opponent sits here and turns against the motion for once having it for making money legally. Wrong! Hey.
The biggest debate competition in Ghana is back. Which side do you represent? For or against the motion? Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime as we bring to you the biggest stage where schools in Ashanti show their prowess through debate. Rally behind your alma mater to glory as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
Venue is the Christian Service University College.
Catch us live on Love 99.5 FM, on Facebook at Love 99.5 FM, Joy Learning and Joy Prime, 2 p.m. each day. The Love FM High Schools debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest. This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM, the Ashanti Regional SRC, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service Ashanti and CHAS.
This program is in partnership with Pepsodent, Rasta Choco Molds from Twillium Industries, Christian Service University College, Jackson Educational Complex, Cowbell, Madam Catherine, Frytol and Fortune Rice from Wilma, and sponsored by Zest Consult, Pidato Company Limited, CBS Industries, Top Choco, Ultimate Fashions, Flora Tissues. Supported by
Hi, good morning. Welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao, the Chief Executive of Agrokins Limited, an agricultural organization, and also Chao, is urging young entrepreneurs to come up with solutions that address critical issues when venturing into entrepreneurship. According to him, this is necessary to ensure the sustainability of their businesses. He was speaking at a seminar organized by the University of Ghana College of Education as part of its 75th anniversary celebration.
The University of Ghana College of Education organized a seminar to equip students and graduates with necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the job market and create employable opportunities for themselves. The seminar was held under the theme Building Resilience and Embracing Technology. In an interview, Chief Executive of Agrokins Limited, Nana Owusu Echao, advised graduates to set up businesses that meet demands in society.
One of the things I've recognized happens a lot in this country is we raise a lot of need-based entrepreneurs. So people who become entrepreneurs because they've identified that they really need money or because they didn't get a job, so then they go into entrepreneurship. But what I'm trying to encourage most of these graduates to do is go into opportunity-based entrepreneurship, which is when you identify an opportunity in the market, when you identify a particular need that you can meet, you go ahead and do what it takes to actually be able to meet it. Now, that in itself is what sustains the business. So most of us are not dependent on what we can do, but our clients kind of drive what we end up doing. So our rice business has not grown necessarily because of how well we are able to market, as much as it is the fact that there's a demand for rice. And there's a lot of rice that is currently imported. And so if we're able to produce our own, we will be able to sell that rice. And it doesn't apply just to agriculture. So for instance, most of the cars in the country are probably more than $10,000 worth. However, we do not have graduates who are mechanics. Now, this is a major challenge because then you've made an investment sometimes of $50,000, $100,000, $20,000, and you put it in the hands of someone who can't even write shocks without making a spelling mistake, or write rear view mirror without making spelling mistakes. So you realize that the opportunities in the country are many, they are vast, they are endless. And so if you identify a need or you identify a pain point most Ghanaians go through, you are happy to be able to solve that problem, and those clients will then continue to build and sustain their business.
Dean of the School of Education and Leadership, Professor Gordon Adika, added that a critical way to address graduate unemployment is to intensify deliberations between graduates and industry.
Some people lament at every opportunity they get to say that universities are not preparing graduates for the job market. And I believe that is based on their experience with engaging with some fresh graduates in the world of work. While their concerns may have some legitimacy, we should all bear in mind that universities equip holders of bachelor's degrees with the knowledge and skills that make them function as generalists in a wide array of job spaces. With this understanding, what we should intensify are the interactions between industry and academia. That way, industrial skills requirements can drive aspects of university learning. The synergy would lead to positive outcomes.
The students were urged to leverage technology and gain skills to develop their ventures.
Now, government has reiterated its commitment to deepen its efforts in increasing renewable energy penetration. According to Deputy Minister for Energy, Herbert Krapa, the ministry is developing a nuclear energy plan to transform the sector. He spoke at the launch of the Africa Energy Technology Conference in Accra.
The Africa Energy Technology Conference is Africa's premier energy technology-driven exhibition, a networking conference that seeks to create a distinctive platform for key stakeholders and industry players within the energy ecosystem.
Technology that is efficient, reliable, resilient, and affordable is the answer. And we have to do this urgently. If we didn't know, but I think we did, recent global energy events should have awakened us. Access to energy represents one of Africa's greatest obstacles to socio-economic development. Supply lacks demand, and in many ways, and in as many as 30 countries in Africa, recurrent electricity outages and load shedding are the norm.
Deputy Director in charge of Nuclear and Alternative Energy at the Ministry of Energy, Dr. Robert Sobaji, called for more technology in Ghana's energy transition.
The topic on technology is key in energy transition because we realize that energy transition is one of the big things which is happening in the energy sector now, and sustainability of technology in energy transition is key because as of now, we only have few assembly plants for solar, wind. You have to also import everything. So what this conference seeks to address is to make sure that we have homegrown technologies that is able to address the maintenance and the sustainability of technologies in the energy sector.
Founder and Executive Chair of the Africa Energy Technology Center, Emilia Akuma, stated that a collective effort in transforming the sector is key to transforming the energy space.
We strive for an energy future that leaves no one behind and that uplifts communities, that drives economic growth and sustainable development across the continent. The Africa Energy Technology Conference will be the testament to share to our commitment towards achieving these goals. As we stand on the cusp of this transformative event, I invite each and every one of you to join us in Accra, Ghana, for the Africa Energy Technology Conference 2023.
The 3-day exhibition and networking conference is to delve into issues confronting the energy sector.
All right, and that's it for business. The news continues after this break.
Score HD, the new exciting football channel, is now available only on HD Plus and brings you football from around the world. Watch Sadio Mane and Daniel Kufichre in the top weekly match of the Bundesliga 1 and DFB Cup, Primera Liga, Copa de la Liga Profesional, see Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League, as well as daily sports news every other hour. Also, get updated on Messi and Mbappe on PSG TV and many more. Feely on HD Plus channel 151. Agronaede, HD Plus, the Feely experience.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Welcome back to JoyNews Desk. To the rest of our stories, and Secretary of the defunct Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, Charles Bissio, has withdrawn one of his 3 cases against the Office of the Special Prosecutor. This is a case in which he had asked the court to either halt the OSP's investigations or direct that investigative journalist Anas Arimeo Anas be included as a subject. He also wanted the court to bar the investigative body from arresting him. This development comes barely a day after Mr. Bissio was arrested and granted bail by the OSP. Joseph Akable is our court correspondent. He joins us with more. Joseph, do we know why he has decided to abandon the case, and what other 2 cases are pending?
So in terms of the information we have picked up, Aisha, we understand that they didn't give the court a specific reason for this particular decision. But what we are learning is because of the fact that he appeared before the Office of the Special Prosecutor yesterday, which means that some of the issues that he's raising in this particular action are matters that would no longer be necessary or are now moot owing to the fact that he has submitted himself to the Office of the Special Prosecutor and has been interrogated. In terms of the 2 outstanding cases that remain before the court, there is one at the Human Rights Court in which he's alleging that his rights have been breached by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. That particular case was also heard this morning, and the Office of Special Prosecutor has indicated that under the rules of court, they have 21 days to respond to that particular case. And so that case has been adjourned to sometime in July for the court to deal with that, specifically 21st July. Then there is the other matter in which he's making the point that because he has been investigated by the police, it is unlawful for the OSP to still investigate. That one is still at the General Jurisdiction Commission and will be heard in July as well.
Joseph Akable is our court correspondent, and that's how we wrap the bulletin this morning. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. You can log on to myjoyonline.com. There's more of the news and updates of all the developing stories. See you again at 12.
And starting this June on Joy News, we connect you to the rest of the continent on Connect Africa with me, Blessed Suga. The issue about loss and damage reparations. How is the West receiving such a call from especially African leaders?
You know, the losses are actually being borne by African countries.
I will be here live from the Joy News studio speaking to our affiliates and correspondents from across Africa with news, analysis, interviews and conversations from the rest of the continent.
If you look at successive opinion polls, Peter Obi seems to be leading. So the question is, if the insecurity causes a low voter turnout, would it impact on the fortunes of the candidate?
Join us on Connect Africa on the Joy News channel.
Are you dreaming of a place to call home? A space that embraces your lifestyle, reflects your taste, and brings you joy? Look no further, because the Joy News Habitat Fair is here. Join us for an extraordinary event that celebrates affordability, comfort, and luxury in the housing and construction industry in Ghana. This year, the Joy News Habitat Fair is bringing together the leading players in the housing and construction industry all under one roof.
With a wide range of exhibitors including developers, architects, interior designers, and financiers, the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair has everything you need to turn your vision into a reality. Be part of the 14th edition of the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair, powered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. For further inquiries, please call 0540 110389.
Tonight on PM Express, a conversation about the revamping of the Tema Oil Refinery and the proposed partnership between TOR and Torrentco. This has generated controversy, with CSOs questioning the capacity of Torrentco to give the country value for money. Now, Imani Ghana has been conducting some research, and it has stated categorically it does not believe this company, Torrentco, have what it takes to revive TOR. But TOR, on the other hand, says it is the only option available. You've seen a statement recently, which I'll be sharing with you, by the senior staff of TOR, who say that is the only available option to them. Remember, the conversation has been, over the period, has been how to revive TOR. So ideas such as partnership shouldn't really be a problem, right? So why the fuss? Let me share a few insights with you to set the tone for this conversation. And of course, These are the issues that Imani Ghana is raising. In their research, they say that TOR requires $500 million to $1 billion to address its issues. The issue of TOR has been a long-standing one. Now, the announced strategic partnership, you remember Decimal Capital, that also faced delays. So now, Torrentco Asset Management is the one on board right now. This is where the issue is. Imani Ghana says credibility of Torrentco is questionable because they say, looking at their track record, Torrentco doesn't have what it takes to revive TOR. It also says that if you look at how the whole thing is skewed, it's rather in favor of Torrentco rather than the state. So Torrentco rather will benefit more than the state. Now, this is the breakdown of the deal if it finally gets to be sealed. The lease period is 6 years. Now, barrels to be refined per year is 8 million. And annual rent is $1 million. Look at the Senior Staff Association. They say that looking at TOR's challenges over the period, this is the best option for TOR, and Torrentco is the only available option. Chairman of the Senior Staff Association has also been explaining that if they finally seal this agreement, there is opportunity for TOR to terminate the deal.